Good morning, God. Thank you for today. Please grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen. Good morning, world. Good morning, America. And good morning, you mother cluckers. Let's make today a good day. We're the ones in the driver's seat.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket translates, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, traitors that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land under the fray, and the home of the brave. Because we are the brave. Yes, we are the brave. We'll fight you in the name of the brave. We are the USA. For those unaware, that flag is still there. It's our future to save. This land of the brave, the USA. Oh, traitors that star-spangled banner, yeah, wave for the land of the free, and the home of the
Hey, morning, everybody. Grab your coffee. Got one little intro song, and then I'll be with you. We got to get some Java in a minute. It's a motivated Monday. We're going to get this week kicked off. Morning, everybody.
I don't play nice just to fit in the crowd. Don't wear a smile just to make 'em proud. I ain't here to kiss no ass or play pretend. I don't fake love, I don't need fake friends. I got boots that'll walk through hell and back, and a heart that's scarred but still intact. They don't like the way I speak my mind, but I ain't the kind to walk the line. Yeah, I'm real to myself, and that's the truth. Did Didn't sell my soul just to chase my youth. I don't deal in whispers or cowards games. If I got something to say, I'll say your name right to your face, not behind your back. I don't cut corners, I don't fade to black. I'd rather be outlaw than someone else, 'cause at least I'm real to myself. I've been loved by a few, burned by the rest, but I learned you don't fold when life's a test. Ain't no crown I'm chasing, no throne I need, just a beat up truck and a heart that bleeds. They call me reckless, call me hard, but this world don't hand out no reward for speaking truth or standing tall. They'd rather see you beg than risk the fall. Yeah, I'm real to myself and that's the truth. Didn't sell my soul just to chase my youth. I don't deal in whispers or cowards games. If I got something to say, I'll say your name right to your face, not behind your back. I don't cut corners, I don't fade to black. I'd rather be outlaw than someone else, 'cause at least I'm real to myself. Let them talk behind closed doors. Let them laugh at what they don't understand. But me, I sleep good at night 'cause my hands are dirty, but they're clean. Yeah, I'm real to myself and I make no excuse. I ain't part of your pack, I cut myself loose. I don't kiss up, I don't stand down. I'll be the last man standing in a no-name town. I walk through fire and I don't ask for help, 'cause I'm real to myself. Let them hate me. Long as I ain't hating myself.
Hell yeah. So what's up, Mr. William Morning Kiss Off, Carolina Country Battlefield Production. Frank, what's up, buddy? I saw the clip about the pedestrian deal. And that song is, what is it? James Hilton. Real to myself. Man, it's a Monday, dude. Whew. This was one hell of a ride. This weekend was like a little man tornado, son. He wore my ass out Saturday and Sunday. Hell, I didn't even really remember being on Shad's. I was so tired, I guess. He's just full of energy. Little dude just runs. Well, Miss Carolina, I'm just kind of, you just kind of got to do it, Hell, I don't think I went to bed until like 12:30. It was kind of a unusual evening. Excuse me. Excusez-moi. Frank, do you want the link? I probably won't be on too long this morning because I do got to get shit done. Oh, man, there you go. Shoot, yeah. Little deer sandwich. I tell you, I can be enticed. I have in the past. I've always been very enticable when it comes to backstrap. I got to say, that's if, everybody's got their weaknesses. Backstrap. It's a good enticement. 700-yard fencing. Oh, there you go. What is it? Is it a wooden fence, Cherokee, or a metal fence in morning? Oh, man. Yep, we got to get motivated today. We just got to drive this shit home. We got some stuff to get done today. Wood, there you go. Well, hell yeah. That's pretty cool. Get them posts set, plumb and level. Hey, looky there. Rank 1000. Gotta do that. And yes, ma'am, doing awesome. Hope y'all are doing good down there. I saw your little pedestrian video. I must say, though, I wasn't sure if y'all were actually on motorcycles or mopeds until you kind of came up close, and I thought, oh, okay, yeah, that's those little, they're motorcycles, I guess. No, I'm just picking. Melts like butter. Right, Carolina? I mean, man. That's some good stuff right there. Some real good stuff. Oof. You remove all the muscles from the bone, it's all like backstrap. It does take breath. Yeah, kinda. I mean, I get what you're saying, William, but backstrap is backstrap. I mean, and there's just something about laying that out there and then going and frying them bad boys up while you're doing the rest. There's just, I don't know. Down here, that's the enticing food. It's like you get this going and then you go ahead and get that piece out, and then that's what motivates you for the rest. Morning, Miss Sherry. Morning, Eric. What's up, bud? That's awesome. You got to go ride. You can't beat wind therapy. Man, there's just something about that wind therapy. Ooh, man. Tomorrow we have a very high chance of rain. So today, that's why I was going to spend a little time with y'all, but I got to get after it today because with the rain might come tomorrow, I don't know. Try not to freak out too much. What's up, Indy? Morning. Deer and lamb with some bacon in it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Son, that's how you make a person hurt themselves, ma'am. That's like all the good fixings. My damn nose is itching. Dusty country roads, big dusty little dusty. How are y'all this morning? How's the weather for y'all? Everybody doing all right, or did y'all get storms? Right? That sounds like awesome. Deer lamb with some bacon mixed in. Tasted so good, just do it all over again. That's when you know you scored, buddy. Direct route from the stomach to the heart. Ooh man, did y'all have a good weekend? No storms? Well, that's good. And yeah, had an awesome weekend. Little man just woof, that little dude, and it's just so cool because we're kind of hitting that cool time when words and trying to describe things. It's just awesome. Boys just got the lawn mowed before the rain hit today. It's supposed to rain for the next 5 days. Oh damn it! There's a chance of rain here for damn near the rest of the week from Tuesday on. Isn't that crazy? Blue butterfly, morning, morning, ma'am. Now I know the secret. Right. Carolina, my hubs is a better cook than I am. I have other secrets. Right. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. He's two, Miss Sherry. And it's funny because when they're your own, it's the terrible twos. But when they're your grandkids, then those are the awesome twos. It's crazy how that works. Yeah, just it's that discovery mode. It's he gets fascinated standing on his tippy toes, and you can tell he's just sitting there. It's just oh, there you go, Carolina. Look at you, sneaky, ma'am, sneaky, very, very sneaky. So Miss Carolina goes and stirs up some shit, and then it's like, damn, that might have been too far. Hey, I made some sausage. Okay, and it all goes away. Working it. I see you. I see you. And yes, right. Grandkids is, and I mean, there's always the joking part, where it's like, oh yeah, you can just send them home. You ain't got to deal with it. But it's just even in the honest man, you get the like you're done with yours, and now you actually have this moment in time to know what it takes and to do the parenting job. But now you can sit and watch it with your own, and you kind of can start to see how what your job and how it passes down. I gotta say, some days are pretty intense in a way, not in a bad way, but just you kind of really sit and you can kind of reflect. I catch them when they're both napping, and so you just gotta, I don't know, you just absorb that and you kind of go, wow, okay, so that was my job, and then now that's his job, and then you can watch the development. You have time to pause for the cause, kind of. I'm sure my grandchildren are my payback. Got them sugared up and sent right. Too fast. Yeah, just win your way over. I see there, ma'am. Just make the sausage get away with anything. Sherry, Mom talking about being a grandma to my nieces. Called herself the Queen Spoiler. Yeah, my mother did the same thing back to me. There, shoot, hey, Miss Carolina, let me tell you, old Mr. Chuck, he deserves like some kind of like marriage medal of honor. He's dealt with that woman for 50 years. So that's a handful right there. I'm just picking. Mrs. Rank, I think your buddy in there, your boy done been drinking too much Foster's. It's done affected him. You might have to go throw him a lifeline. Man, oh man. Oh, I don't spoil that. Ain't no rant. I've come to accept it, man. I realize it, but just, we developed the short bus for a reason, and I'd forgot that. And I have to be reminded. So sometimes I go click on that thumbnail and I go listen and I go, oh, that's why we had the short bus. Okay, just checking. Rescue every woman has to have a secret after 50 because gravity wins most of the time. Yeah, but one thing about it, ma'am, it's a two-way street, so it works the other way too. China bought Foster's. See, then that's what's wrong with you. You start threatening to love me long time. I don't know, man. His getting older sucks. I still have my hourglass figure, even though the sand shifted from 38D to 30. Lord have mercy. You reckon that's where they developed the the fruit roll-ups? Is that where that came from? Did somebody kind of like come from home and say, hey, I got a new idea? Fruit roll-ups. Because my wife does this thing. You think that's where that idea came from? They just rolled them up. I would say I don't understand why y'all don't use like Velcro. Because if you think about it, you could just stick like the little, you wouldn't want to put the hard bristly part, but you could put the little soft part on the back side. And then when you need to tie them down for those strong winds, that's when you slide in the little grabbers, and then it holds them bad boys down. And it's kind of like one of those. What y'all used to call those strapless bras? That'd be like braless anchoring. Just get you some Velcro on the backside. Boom. Probably be good for a few mile-an-hour winds. Well, wouldn't that be a sight up on the top of the bass boat or something, or on front of the pontoon boat? Get up there on the nose of the pontoon boat, open the throttle, and just let freedom fly. You don't wear a bra? That's why females get those nipple ring things, huh? Because then y'all anchor them bad boys, kind of like ship anchors. It's like, alrighty, we're docking, clip, clip. And that way they just stay anchored down. I always wonder why people got rings through that. And I'm like, man, why would you want rings through there? And at first I used to think that those rings went up to these rings, but now I'm starting to kind of go, but I think over time you can just anchor them down like a ship. It's like, throw the front anchor, throw the rear anchor. Alrighty, we're latched and secured. Last time I sprang into action was with my work. Don't know about that. I'm the president of the itty bitty titty committee. You get to a certain age, who the hell cares? You just let it fly. There you go. Rescue, they get the rings so they look like the drain plug. I know, right? Doesn't that always look funny, them little rings? And so I'm talking to the world. This is inquisitiveness. Don't get all up in your feels. So what is the purpose of the U shape through the nose? Is that like in defiance of being led by the halter? So you just get the U shape so there's nothing to hook to and it's like, I'm defiant. Or what? I haven't quite figured that one out. What's up, Rabbit? Morning. Double D's for days. When you feel like your size is not a letter and a number, but a milk jug. I will say, man, some people, I'm like, there's consequences. I mean, I even grew up that, you'd always be made fun of, like, yo, you're going to go get that tattooed now, but when you get older, and it'd be like, well, yeah. But I got to say, some of them are still holding up. I got the little Yosemite Sam there. He still looks like Yosemite Sam, so. Of course, I'm not sure that bad company looks like bad company no more, but. That's it, Blue. You just kind of go, well, already. Poor Rabbit, everybody's over there running around with their engagement rings and their wedding ring. Poor homeboy's just sitting there with his onion rings. Dang. 2 ranks. Yep, that's the Mr. and Mrs. Yep. Rank 1000 is the better half. Rank 2000, well, that's why it's rank 2000. It was just like, I don't know how you identify them. Just put a number 2 to it, and there you go. He drinks Foster's. You just give him a break. It's the special ed class. I'm just picking. He knows I'm picking. It's late there. So what is it? If it's 6:30 here, what is it like? 6 in the morning over there? 5 in the morning? No, 5. What? It's late over there, I know. Look, it took him forever to find that little shocked little smiley face. He was probably sitting there scrolling through all of them and missed it and went back and went through more. 9:30. There we go. Yeah, I knew you guys had already gone through Monday. That's that weird shit. It happens on flat Earth. Just think if we were around Earth, we wouldn't have such a time difference. There would be no rotation. I just see. I don't even how do people. I just like I don't know. It's like you can watch the sun. It's just so weird. Mentioned that to somebody yesterday. We were laughing about that. You drink too much. Hey, there's a song about that between what Rabbit and Kiss Off. Rabbit's like I drink too much, and Kiss Off's like don't drink enough. Like Laos, not we are day. Yeah. If it was a flat Earth, we might all be on the same timeline. Well, that's that, or at least the shit would go this way. I mean, but when you obviously see it go this way, it's kind of like, oh wow, look at that. You literally watch the shadow go from here to over here, and but here we are. I think a lot of stuff's gonna come out. To be honest, I think there'll be all kinds of things because I don't know. It's a man-made world, so it's all a distraction. Flat Earth believers have supporters all over the globe, right? And I will say, you got to kind of at some point you look at that and you would think that there would be a growth and advancement. It's like when you realize, oh wow, but it just I don't know, man. That latest Representative Luna interview with Rogan, I gotta say that was an interesting perspective on the UFO UAP stuff. Oh no. Okay, Mrs. Rank, can you please go give him a hug? Because apparently he's all up in his feels and shit right now. He's starting this week off kind of lame, but couldn't handle Monday over there, Rank. Now you're all in your feels. Are you in your feels? Show us on the kangaroo where it hurt. What's up, Blackbird? Morning, morning. What's up, Grumpy? Morning, sir. Morning, morning. Man. Oh, you think so? Mrs. Rank, just so you remember, we can't hear him scream from here, just so you know. So if all of a sudden Rank doesn't respond anymore, at least on the Mr. Rank side, well, that's it. Wants to come in. He's like that. Just ignore her. I do. No, you don't. No, you don't. Hey, morning, PJ. None of us rank. Dang. My first aid manual was in the boat with the firearms that sank. My bad. Excuse me. You'd think I'd reach over here and click the mute button before I do that. But I guess that's my disrespectful side. Rebellious. Fight the system. Oh, thank you, ma'am. It's my Bass Pro Shot Shots Cup. Brr. It's a Monday. Monday. Forward. The Vatican, if the Vatican said something, I don't know. I won't even believe it. But sorry, no offense to nobody, but I'm not Catholic. Doing laundry before getting ready to go to the college. Had to have my lucky tea. Oh, there you go, Miss Sherry. Fingers crossed. Many thoughts and prayers. Grimby said it was out gardening at 5 a.m. Now have zero desire to go to the job. You sure it was just the garden that made that reluctance kick in, Grumpy? Was it the garden's fault? I know, right? Kiss off. I had to change out my firearm this morning. I didn't want them to misconstrue this, so figured this way we might can have a conversation without them thinking I'm throwing down on everybody. What's up, fish sticks? At work, in and out. Roger that. Not a Vatican. Yep. Oh, roger that, Miss Sherry. You're more than welcome. Yeah, that was some funny shit the other day. I was sitting here talking to y'all like this, and all of a sudden I noticed the chat just didn't move anymore. And it was like, well, that's funny. Surely like Scat Pack or somebody had something to say, but no. And then I looked up at the little counter, and it was like a 0. And I was like, what? That's kind of weird. So then I opened up YouTube to see it like from what you guys see, and all of that, it's gone. And I'm like, oh, shit. And then it was like, what the hell? And then I try to go to the studio. Oh, no, it's all gone. And then all of a sudden, I get this notice from YouTube how you violated community standards. And I'm like, what? I mean, okay, I get it. I always get copyrights, but holy shit, man. Usually y'all just like shut it down. I stop playing the song. What kind of crap? Well, then all of a sudden it was like here, to go, you could appeal it. Well, then I'm looking at, and it's like you violated the community guidelines. It was detected that you were shooting, handling, or transporting a firearm, and then it proceeded to go at this particular time. I think it was like 1837 or 1857, and I'm like, well, I can't even go look that up because you took the video down. And so I appealed it. You can't even type anything anymore. But it didn't take them long, because I think after the little short I did, and then I made the little post, I don't know, somebody somewhere must have saw it, because then a couple hours later I get an email going, oh, we made a mistake. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. I'm like, if I was a professional channel, like doing a show, that would have pissed me off. That would have like been into my paycheck kind of shit. That would have sucked ass. I knew, and then neighbors did that. Right. Well, see, and that's what's funny, because then sitting out there, I mean, you really can't tell, I guess, as I'm setting it on a box, but then I'm sitting here just a tonguing away, and it's like, oh man, Harley Davidson coffee cup. I'm feel so threatened. Don't pour the coffee on me. Don't shoot me. And it's like, somewhere in this, it's like, so I'm shooting, handling, or transporting a firearm. And at first, all I could think of is they're working on an algorithm, because I will say the time frame that they gave me, there was a moment when I went and I watched it through Streamlabs, because I could watch the save copy on Streamlabs, even though they took it down off YouTube. There was a moment right around in that 18 thing where my mod is in my hand, and all I can figure is maybe somewhere I kind of waved out and it connected those rifles with the vape, or it literally was stupid enough to think a coffee cup was a firearm. That's about all I can come up with. So, but see, they're getting ready. They're getting ready for shit. Shit's going to kind of go, you might as well, to me, you better be prepared. Well, I don't say you better have it, do you, boo, but because November's coming, and there's some serious little elections, locals, that are taking place across the country. That's why they got your alien stories. That's why they got all these other stories. Anything but the upcoming election in November. I don't know where anybody lives. If you're hearing about your mayor or your representatives or people that are up, because that'll change the dynamics of some cities, because there's some mayor runs. I think there's one state is actually, I think, wiping, like, this is their reset time according to their state constitution. I think they're fixing to, like, re-elect every one of their house bodies. So I mean, there's some major shit, and so that's why you got all these other stories. I got to tell you, man, pretty much the way I look at it is, if it's a common discussion out on all the little social medias, then there's probably not a lot to it. That's why it's just floating out there, to be honest. If it's just everybody's talking about this, there's probably not a lot. It's just got some good headline material. Meanwhile, other shit's going down. Like, I don't know, judges aren't being appointed because they're being held up, and you got judges that are holding up some cases. You got elections that are coming up in states in November. So yeah, you might want to keep everybody busy looking at other shit. What's up, KP Heathen in the house? Scat Pack, there you are, come dragging in 40 minutes late. I see. Oh, wait, no, feeling better. What, have you been sick? Well, then I take it all back. Sorry, Scat Pack. If you've been under the weather. I know you had a lot on your plate, but is it just what's on your plate, or you're feeling bad? I know you got a lot on your plate. Damn, PJ, you read my mind. That's some kind of psychic. Woo. That's what I was thinking too. Got to get a little bit more Java. Plate is overflowing. Yes, ma'am, and it can feel that way. And just kind of knowing you for as long as I have, I know you know who you can lean on. He's always been there, and you know that. You're definitely in my thoughts and prayers, man. That's why I was a little worried. I was like, oh no, I hope you weren't under the weather, because I mean, I already knew you had a lot to deal with, and to try to still continue that when you get under the weather, that's just something. Roger that, rabbit. Coffee, coffee, coffee. That's it. Don't need none of that cream and sugar. Hell, this is a Monday morning. This ain't dessert time. This is coffee time. About the milk. Deezy. Well, welcome aboard. What's up, Pilgrim? Oh man, yep. A lot of local stuff going down, coming up. I think there's just, and I think it's easy to kind of, because it's, it's a big country. But I say, you know what? How about this? It's a Monday morning. How many people have you checked the batteries on your smoke detectors? Have you checked the fire extinguishers in your kitchen? Do you have fire extinguishers in your kitchen? Do you have fire extinguishers located other places? Just, I bet you probably people have so much right there, and it's easy to lose sight of it, especially with so much more going on. And oh my God, look, there's this, and oh, there's this, oh shit, there's this. But really, if we need more rain, oh damn, I see that's I don't want any rain, PJ. I mean, it's probably going to happen. Tomorrow's a pretty good chance, but I sure don't want. Hell, that whole little wall that I built over here that day, not that I put, it wasn't like the solution per se, but yeah, I had knocked all that down the last rain we had. Miss Sherry says mine are hardwired in and just replace the fire extinguishers. Right on, Miss Sherry. There you go. That's how you take care of business. What's up, Child's Play? Morning, morning. Oh, little. So now I know who that is. Dang. What's up, man? My yard is a big old slosh bucket. Oh, Lord. Whole room full of ranks, right? We got Kiss Off and her offspring. We have Mrs. Rank with her other half and their offspring. It's all the cool people, man. What's up, Roni? And by the way, bees, just hang tight. Won't be long. Won't be long. I'll find that cow and I'll get the milk. And then, ma'am, just tell your dad to hang out at that corner. I'll be there. Did you sleep? Oh no, Miss Carolina, I guarantee you Indy hadn't slept yet. It's only 4:50 their time. She still got about another hour, and then she's gonna crash. Then it'll be nap 30. You gotta remember, she's over there where they're still dragging 2 hours behind. They can't get caught up. I need new fire extinguishers. There you go, PJ. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna point this out simply because, hey, I'm just the host of a channel, so the only information I got is what y'all give me. But let's see, it kind of looked like there was maybe a relationship going on between Rabbit and PJ, and if that was true, and just meeting Rabbit, said I've met him, seen him to his face, so I know he is a male, and somehow they're in a relationship, but this man has let this woman go with no fire extinguishers. Say that shit ain't so. OMG. And I think this person that I met called Rabbit was actually even used to be a volunteer firefighter, so kind of knows better, but yet is letting this woman over there with no fire extinguishers. How is that possible? Say it ain't so. This can't be happening. It's got to be the Matrix. What's up, Song of the South? Morning. I had to zonk out. I was running off there. There's right. Oh, ain't got nothing to say, Rabbit? Ain't got nothing to say? Sure is taking a lot of time to respond. Or were fingers not working very well? I'm just jacking with you. You know that. That's cool, Miss Sherry. Well, that's because I keep a fire extinguisher around, so I don't have to use milk to put a fire out. No, not me. I just went off the information I've been given. And I've just somehow I've met this guy who is a firefighter, and then here lately has been involved in a relationship from the sound of it, but yet this person he's in a relationship with has no fire extinguishers. And you kind of go, oh wow. And he knows I'm just picking with him. I'm just joking. Someone in the South says, does everyone have a gut feeling that something big is going to unveil itself in the near future with our economy? I think I think next year's going to be a good year, to be honest. I get called all kinds of names, so hell, I ain't sweating it, but I think next year is going to be a good year. There's some changes that are coming. I know down here we've taken some serious big steps, creating basically Texas stock market, introducing silver and gold as currency, bringing our gold depository back up. And I know that right now we have so much growth going down, as far as construction and stuff. But I get where the view is probably different for other people, because I was watching somebody's video and I noticed the gas up there was $3.99 as they were going by this gas station. And I'm like, holy shit. No wonder everybody's pissed off paying $4 a gallon. Miss Sherry says, I'm off to get ready to have an amazing day. Right on, Miss Sherry. Thoughts and prayers, ma'am. Make it a good day. Help somebody smile. And if our crime is what it is, the big deal holes in charge will always have the bucks. EBS was supposed to be. We're all going to know yesterday. Oh, well, yeah, the meeting. Oh, heaven forbid. No, the evil Putin. Ooh, the Ruskies. Ooh. And it's like, whatever. They want to live too, you know. $4.50 there. See, man, no wonder y'all are pissed off. I get it. You know, and then that just kind of connected because that's those market of those areas. So, you know, just like, so I'll just say this in kind of a dumbed down way, but, you know, all the talk with the radical liberals, you know, that are tearing up these metropolitan cities, you know, they're Democrat controlled. Well, they also control the economy and how they do it. And it's like, you think about it, you know, you watch all these clips of these stores getting looted and shit, and everybody talks about, man, look, they're just letting them get away with it. But you got to look at, and then everybody wants to gripe about the tariffs, and nobody said shit about all these people stealing all this crap from these stores. And it's like, so what do you think that store does to make up the losses from all these people running out with their shit? They raise the prices on things. I'm sorry, but if you go in here and you keep trash a few of my grocery stores, all of a sudden I'm going to have to raise the prices on all these groceries because, well, you just kind of trashed out like 10, 15 grand worth of groceries. So I've got to absorb that. You know, it's like these convenience stores that are getting totally trashed. They're going to have to recoup that. And the ones that can is because they're just so small that they've got no way to recoup it. So then they're just at a loss. They shut down and move on. And so it's not just the tariffs. And plus, there's different variables. We became so complacent and reliant. We've outsourced everything. And we've just slowly handed it over. Uber Eats, prime example. Nobody forces anybody to use that app, but yet it gets used out of convenience, and we justify the use of that because, well, you know, it's right now. It's just different. I can't. There's a reason, but this is, you take 300 million people all come up with reasons. Next thing you know, this is the way things getting done, and so you just, I don't know. Thank Dees. And morning, Miss Teresa. I'm drunk, but I'm intelligent enough to know you are all bent crazy nuts. Alrighty. Sure. Coming from the person who drank some Fosters. We all have to do our best with what we have to make it. Or see people use that fear porn to get people heated up. Well, I mean, that's anxiety and stress. It sells, you know. Think about that. When we were in that, when everybody was kind of like family orientated and kind of exercise, and we were more healthy, people had enjoyed life more, you know, 70s, 80s and stuff. As things came about, you know, they used to talk about, oh, look, sex and violence sells, sex and violence. Look at all the movies. Look at all these shows, sex and violence, sex and violence. And then here we are, 2025, and it's, yeah, the sex sells because there's perversion. The world's run amok. But anxiety, fear, stress, that's where it grows from. The Walking Dead became a thing. Let's don't take care of the criminal element. Right, Blackbird? They had a news clip up. They took down one of the DC tenors. The homeless man got put out on his own apartment, now has hospice for his cancer. But don't take their tent. Oh, I know. Well, and has anybody noticed, like, when you see them footage of those tents, I'm sorry, I do find it kind of ironic that whenever you're looking at the park in DC and here's this perfectly immaculate looking tent without a mark, nothing. It looks brand new. It's got like little tarps laid out on the ground to create like a porch. Lawn chairs are set up that look brand new. The cooler sitting there looks brand new. And the guy in the interview is wearing clothes that are all like brand new. And it's like, oh, yeah, I guess. What's up, Billy? Morning. And I don't know, did anybody else come in? I'm sorry if anybody else came in. So good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it works for you. 70% of people would melt right away if they had to carry water and hunt for their own food or grow it. Oh, yeah, man. Can't keep up with what's going on over there. It's crazy. Yes, ma'am. I would so survive that Walking Dead shit. Yeah, hospital. Yeah. What's up, Matt? Morning. What is it, 7 o'clock? Car's been sitting for 5 years plus. Well, and and I get, hard times, and all that, but I think we're beyond that nowadays. I personally, this is like a lifestyle that people have chosen, and I get it, dude. And if you don't want to own anything, that's totally cool. Don't own anything, but you can't expect to really park on a street, where traffic has to go, or in front of people's houses where they live, and you can't expect to go into the Capitol and just go out here and go, wow, check this out. This is a cool manicured lawn. I think we'll just pop a tent right here. We would be the same over here. Everyone wants everything at their fingertips and don't want to do nothing for it. Yep. Well, and when you end up with such an amount of I won't say a generation because the ages vary, but when you end up with a large group of people that really just see no point in like participating in society, it has an impact. Some of them you can call them illegals, the millions that came over the border, but what do you do when your own people have just gave up and they're like, nah, just give me, and they're on it. It's like, you listen to some of these numbers, man, and you just kind of, I don't know. I sit there and listen to this shit that all the people, the bogus crap that they found through Social Security, and I'm sitting there thinking, I remember damn near half my life how, oh my God, Social Security is going to run out. Oh my God, everything you're working for isn't going to be there when you're ready. Oh my God. And then we get here, and now I'm 60, and it's Social Security's here. Okay, we'll go figure that. And then you sit here and listen to going, well, yeah, we had 160,000 of them that were 130 years old that were getting checks. And then we had, 57,000 of them that were 150 years old that are getting checks. And then you kind of go, wait a minute, man, that's a shitload of money. And then you realize that, oh, wait, Social Security wasn't going to run out. You were just stealing it all. And so it just, and I get it. I always figured there's crooks because that was just always the running thing. It's crook politicians. I get it. But it's just, man. My future landlord. People complain. Meanwhile, they're throwing dollars out the window on stupid crap. Oh, yeah, big time. That's me and my son were talking about that yesterday. It's all this. Everybody wants to talk about the tariffs and the cost while they're talking on a $1,400 iPhone or some shit, or they're going and getting $2,000 wheels put on their vehicle because they look cool, or but somehow everything's fixing to go belly up. I'm fixing to walk the missus outside, so we're going to go into an intermission here for a memento. Did you hear that squeak just then? It's that floor. It's because it's flexing so much there, so that plywood, when you step, you can hear the nail squeaking through the other layer of plywood. That's what fun sheet, man. Okay, let's see. Hey, let's see, what are we going to do here? Well, I'm going to just do this. So, hey, if it's not your musical choice, apologize. Either tune me out, come back in a minute or whatever, but I will be back here momentarily. Y'all refill your cups. Get your stuff. We'll continue conversation in momentarily.
There's a train coming, rolling down the track, coming to take me home. There's a train coming, rolling down the track, coming to take me home. When I meet St. Peter at those pearly gates, there'll be no forgiveness, it'll be too late. There's a train coming, rolling down the track for me. Save my soul. Save my soul. There's a place for us in heaven. Lord, you know I'm on my way. There's a place for us in heaven. Lord, I'm on my way. Lord, I'm on my There's a jet black hearse driving down the road, coming to take me home. There's a jet black hearse driving down the road, coming to take me home. Please forgive my sins, trouble and hurt. Cover my body in flowers and dirt. There's a jet black hearse coming to carry me home. Yeah. There's a place for us in heaven. Lord, you know I'm on my
Hoorah! All right, back in action. So what did I miss here? I gotta scroll up a tad. Okay, kind of somewhat highlighting some so I don't get. Let's see, $45 to mount and balance a damn tire. Good enough for all. More returning to common sense all the time. Oh, that'd be, yeah. That's what we need. Couch and Kleenex babies. Oh Lord. Leave my boat alone. Rock that boat. Rock that boat. Go get on Billy's pontoon boat and start cutting weight. I gotta say, that would be a cool little deal. Kind of have that set up. Little truck, pontoon boat, put the griddle, Blackstone on the pontoon, and then just kind of go up there and float. Do a little taters, some sausage, eggs, some bacon shit on the griddle. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Our kids at church are getting involved and actually going and checking in on the elderly folk and cleaning up their yards and stuff. See, that's what we need, man. We just need more give a shit, you know? Because that's the one thing social media does not promote is the give a shits. Have a major honey-do list minus honey. There you go, Song of the South. Hey, make it a good day. Help somebody smile. I think everybody should try to represent the change that you want to see. Like treat people like you want to, be treated. It's like sounds like such an elementary idea, but man, look how far we've gotten from that simple little thing. How about you just interact and talk and engage with people like you want to be? But I don't know. There you go. I'm fine up here on my little piece of paradise. I had a marine grill on my pontoon, little charcoal and made for boats. Yard sale fan. Oh, that's Metal's Christmas is the Blackstone. Hey, man, I love my Blackstone. I love that thing. Matter of fact, I wish I had a little slab and its own little area for that because that thing is just, I love it. It's kind of like working in a kitchen without having to be in the kitchen. D says, I'm going to call it as well, guys. Everyone have a good night. And same to you, Rescue. Good night, everyone. Remember to like. Hey, thanks. So did I miss Rank 1000? Did she leave? And Rank, you gone? Hey, Mr. and Mrs. and Youngin. My second family from down under. Y'all take care. Make it a good day. Look out for each other. think after the solar, I need to invest in a little tractor. There you go, Blackbird. Rescue normal is now abnormal, and being a living example of true normal beings, our kids closer. Yep, they got to see an example of it. Carolina, that's they don't they hear from some people, things that they need to do, but they don't see actual representation of it. And I think that, and the younger you get, the more an example, it's like when they were talking about Little Man this weekend, his reactions to things are based off of the information he's absorbed already. So if he hears the screaming and people getting mad and loud, that's where you end up with the kid acting out, and it's just, this is the representation, and you kind of just start to expand that out to the grown world, and you realize that it all plays a part. It all plays a part. Morning, Tiger. Morning, y'all. Driving on my way home from work, so I'm lurking. Roger that. Keep it between the mustard and the mayo. Kiss off. All the farmers got together, and twice a month they get together and give away free tomatoes, pizza, etc. stuff from their gardens and fields. There you go. That's awesome. Shoot, man, if I had a big enough garden that was getting them kind of groceries out the deal, that's what I'd love to do. That's why we just give away eggs. People need to stop this do as I say, not as I do. You got to lead by example. There was a time when we had a mature, solid, older generation that could use that phrase, because there was a distinction between youth and grown, and we had a mature, grown bunch that earned that. Now, I don't, I'm just saying. I don't think she can. Indy, have you ever seen her truck? Oh, Lord. I need to take down a lot of shit and get this place looking like it used to. It's always a thing. Oh, what do you got? Indy says, I better try to get some shut-eye. Much love, rescue and all. All right, Indy, get you some rest. Take care. Make it a good day when you get up. Hope the kids are doing good. And the misters. My son's here. My son's here. Can you tell him about drones off the oil rigs, please? Rant. Well, what do you mean the drones off the oil rigs? Flying them drones as far as when, like, talking about like when I told you how being off there, them guys that come out there, and I just thought that was crazy as shit. You just go 200 miles out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico at the time. I can say it, since I'm talking about a story back then, I can say Gulf of Mexico because that's what it was called back then before we changed it. I'm just saying. I concede. But anyway, I always thought that was kind of crazy as shit. Put that kind of money into some drone or plane and take it out there and fly it off the helideck 200 miles out in the Gulf of Mexico, but it hit the water. It was a goner. That was that. I put up 5 quarts of sliced green peppers this weekend. Hell yeah. Indy's a vampire. Back to the car. You can never get rid of your truck. Max would let me know you were coming way before you got. He's murder warrants, right? Well, yeah, that's it, Carolina. It just, and that's what I guess, and I don't know how to say that. I don't really know how to describe that. in my redneck ass way of talking down here in the woods, it's like, where did everybody go? I almost felt like I worked my ass off to get to this part, and then we're here, and I'm looking around, and it's like, wait a minute, where did everybody go? Where, where is the solid people, and where is all that? That's why I make fun and say I feel like in the Twilight Zone sometimes. It was like I kind of got all depressed and everything, and then all of a sudden I came into a whole different dimension, and it was like, oh, you mean so now we don't care? We don't strive to own our home and to raise a good family, and we don't want to, like, all this is gone? Like, we just don't give a shit now? And it's like, I guess not. It's like, hell, I thought being a righteous person was actually a solid goal. Like, hey, I'm going to be a hard worker. I'm going to take pride in what I do. I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to respect people, man. And I don't know, maybe it was such a chore for me. I had to work to kind of get to that part that all of a sudden now I'm just shocked at how flagrantly people just throw it away. It's like, damn, man. But, everything kind of just has its flow. There is a book that says things are going to be bad, so I guess I shouldn't be expecting things to be too good right now, because it's just going to get worse. Those dumb video games and timeout and don't spank your kids. Oh, yeah. That free range parenting and be your kid's friend and shit. Oh, well, don't hurt their feelings. Just let them explore. Oh, just let them, don't be too hard. Gosh, that's so rough. That's so abusive. And it's like, what? No, this is what a parent does. A parent is the guardrails. I mean, this is your job. And so just like a guardrail on the road, if that vehicle veers off, it's going to bump off that damn thing, which means there's a shock and awe reminder to, like, oh shit, get back on the road. Well, that's parents are supposed to be that for kids. Oh, that's all right, Cherokee, be safe. Do a good job, sir. Hey, make somebody smile. Help somebody smile, or help them laugh or something. Bring some humor. Bring something good for the day. Start the week off by bringing something positive to the table. Build it and they will come. Participation awards, good grief. I know, right? Like, oh my God, don't make them unhappy. Everybody here, everybody's a winner. No, that's not life. So let's be real. You have to protect. But see, this is how you end up with people that just sit around going, well, gosh, where's it at? Gimme. Well, gosh, that's so much hard work. And it's like, what? Excuse me? You get out of it what you put in. Maybe that's why some people are miserable. They don't put much in, so you're not getting much out, and all of a sudden you're miserable. And it's like, well, maybe you put in. Maybe it's not the spot where you are. Maybe it's not, the vehicle. Maybe it's not the phone that you don't have to have the latest and greatest of shit. You ain't got to chase all that crap. Yeah, but who gets it worst? Maybe not be us. Oh, no. It's going to be, I know, like for me, my thing is my grandson and my granddaughter. Like what's going to be available? What's the vibe of the world? What kind of culture? What's the take on things as they go to enter into the young adult world, at 18 on up. So it's like what's the thing? And it's easy to sit here and just go, oh, it's so bad. Look at them. They did this 50 years ago. They did that 100 years ago. They did that, 300 years ago. They did that 1,000 years. But what's being laid out for them? And that's actually, sometimes I feel bad. I just have to, I don't wear that guilt because I don't know. it's not well placed. But I start to feel it because I realize that, man, I should have been paying attention. I should have been kind of watching things that get voted on. What's the direction of things, or that kind of. And now because I just, like I've said it many a times, when my kids were born, there was nobody talked about snipping some little boy's ding ding off or nothing. That just was not. That was not in the conversations, and yet here we are. Now it's casual talk, just destroy a kid's life. Like, oh, this is just the topic of the day. It's trending, man. And it's like, whoa, dude, how did we get to that kind of society? So we just mutilate kids and we just talk about it like, yeah, man, they're doing it. And you get two sides that fight and it's like, these are kids. Like, this isn't political. This isn't hair color or clothes style or music. These are kids that are getting their whole adult life just taken away from them at the whim of adults. And nobody, well, that's kind of a hyperbolic extreme thing. But see, there's my nature. My first thing I want to go is nobody gives a shit. When I know people do, but because it's my emotional state. You just see that. Oh, well, let's worry about this. That's why, I don't know. You just see what some things are focused on. It was like they focused on the red carpet when he's meeting with Putin. Ooh, the red carpet. Oh, I see it. And it was just like, does anybody give a shit about these kids? Ooh, Israel, Gaza, Israel's such bad. Ooh, I don't know. Do them, man. They're over there. I know we got kids over here that are being screwed up. How about we give a shit about that? Always look on the positive side, baby. We grew up and drink out the water hose, play in the mud days. That's it. Same here. My kids made mud pies. I love being covered in mud. Well, you played outside. You were encouraged to. Now everything's encouraged to be inside. So you only go out and you do short little clips just to get the likes, the clicks. And so, and then they usually throw in some kind of radical ass actions while they do that so they can get more likes. Yeah. It's just, it's a crazy world, man. My kids will do just fine in this world. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I can say my kids will. What I worry about, Rabbit, is whenever I take out myself out of this and all this little shit that you hear right now, and you take this image and then you just like expand upon it, 5 times, and you kind of carry it on through about, 15 years, and you go, okay, if we're here, like I can look at where we are right now, and you back it up 20 years or 15 years, and you go, okay, well, no, well, yeah, this wasn't really the take. Here we are. So now take this, and because we're at such an extreme level, you double speed that, and you go up that, and I just look at what's available. What's going to be the rhetoric? What's the actions taking place? What's the mentality of society? Like when I was growing up, it was common for kids to be respectful to elders. You were taught that. Respect your elders, open the door. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. No, sir. May I please? Thank you. 2 + 2 = 4. It was just basic. And then you went and you got your hands dirty or you put your mind to work, but you did something. Now that's not encouraged anymore. So then if you see that, then where do we go? And it's easy to kind of go, oh, well, Elon Musk going to plug a chip in, but who hands it over to him? Who hands it over to him? And it's like, that's what gets me, because I don't want, the robot at the public school teaching the kids. So how do you prevent that? How do you avoid that? Well, you participate and you keep that train of thought from doing into that. And it's, I don't know. I just, like I said, I get it. To some people, that's way too much thinking, and that's cool, man. Do you, boo? That's just where I'm at. And to me, it's like, I look at that and wonder what can I do to change what's going to be available for my grandkids? Like, can I change the direction? Can I help? And it's like you're either part of the solution or part of the problem when you get down to it. You know, you're either part of the problem or part of the solution, because there's really is no neutral. There's no middle ground, you know, because by not saying anything, you're saying a lot, you know. Evil thrives when good men do nothing. No effort involved, just do nothing. What's up, Grumpy? Welcome back. 110, 105. What? Yeah. Somebody turn the oven on. Don't condescend to me, man. And that's probably why I come off weird to some people, because I don't get caught up into this. This wasn't my thing. This is social media was not my thing. I had a conversation last night with somebody on that, and it's like, that's why my doing this, playing this little digital creator game thing just isn't. And I'm not trashing nobody. That's another thing. People take sometimes what I say about me, but to themselves, and it's not meant that way. But this isn't me. It isn't part of my. I'm having to figure this out. That's why I got no format to it. There's no like, oh, I have ideas, but then it's like I'm not. It's not my vibe. It's like editing videos. I probably should be doing like most people and doing this little documentary kind of thing, and then edit it and show y'all like, you know, here's what I've done for a day, 3 days. It's just not my forte. So I can record the shit. I've done it. But then I come in here and I find myself, okay, and then I'm still sitting here doing that, and I'm like, this is it. So I go find something to do. Plus here lately, I got to say, these past couple months have really been a life-changing thing. So it's, in a way, it's like I wish I could bring y'all along that journey, but to be honest, and it might sound weak to some, and it's only when you don't know, you can make shit up, but I just don't know how. I don't know how to face the negativity that it would open up at the same time of riding the wave that I'm riding, kind of thing. So you kind of, and it's also a willingness. It's like, I don't know, man, I'm kind of in this little vibe. Do I really want to inject the negativeness into it, or just, and I just rise first. So as of still, I'm just riding my thing, man. I do my deal. And I will say that there's a lot of days that are just plumb awesome. So it is what it is. Cover by CQ. How are y'all doing across the pond? I hope you and the family are well. I got told to do this and do that, and to make my channel grow and go on TikTok. I said, no, thank you. I will do what I do, and if people don't like it, scroll on. Well, that's it, you know, and I would, you know, anybody that wants to do it, you just gotta, I don't know, man, be you, you know, but just be prepared, because it is the world. So, you know, there's people that thrive off of ugliness. It is what it is. You know, this is where people can legally come in and punch you in the face, per se, you know, digitally speaking. They can come in and try to punch on you digitally. And since there's no actual ramifications for it, man, people thrive on that. So you just kind of you really just kind of got to put it in perspective, and then realize, you know what, just let it go. It be what it be, what it be. Because it's like me, I kind of just, I don't know, I got introduced to so many communities as just a gathering place. And then I've established, you know, I guess what you could say is digital friendships in a way. Some more extreme than others, but but I will say, see, I never had, and that's kind of one thing I've tried to think of, and I've always talked about it. You know, it's like, I need to do this, and I'll have bright ideas, but I really got no, because this just ain't, holding a conversation is cool. So I don't mind that. It is better when somebody else hosts a channel and you can just sit there and shoot the shit. You don't actually have to like be the host, figure this out, whatever, and kind of make sure conversation's kind of going now. And that's why there's really no format to this shit, man. I do me, man. That's why I play music, and there'll be people that'll be like, "Oh my god, this kind of song," and you can watch the numbers drop down. It is what it is, you know. I'm just. What are we gonna kiss off? Coffee makes people kind of tolerable, just a wee bit. Excuse me. Oh wow. You see that shit coming? There's so many. There's now a list that got hurt. Oh wow. Are those digital friends in the room with us right now? Right, Grumpy? They're everywhere. It's like the kid in front of the TV. They're here. You just gotta, I don't know. I know I wasn't. Hey, man, I get it. And there's probably the male pride of me that's supposed to be like, no, I'm not admitting. And I will say some of these channels that do this alpha male thing and stuff, and they're all buffed up with their testosterone pills and their, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger physique kind of thing. Like that's supposed to be all impressive or some shit. Like, look at me. I can't even scratch my own ass, but look at me, ain't I buff? And it's like, whatever, man. Is this really what it's coming down to? Camo Carl, Wolverines. What's up, man? What's up, Cola? A digital friend. He's a digital friend. And I mean, and see, and that's good. It's not that that's bad. So that's, you know, it just kind of, it was just, you know, which I will say, I mean, I've said it, and I guess you're not supposed to own up to your shit, I guess. But dude, I was so gullible when it came to the online shit. Like I believe people for, if you told me about yourself, I believed what you said. And that just made me naive. I was naive. I was gullible in a way, I guess. That's why I've talked about that. It's like, you know, it was one of my juvenile moments. But hey, it be what it be. Kind of depressed, kind of come out of that. Yeah, man, it's just a whole different perspective nowadays. I gotta say, it's just life is good today. Alpha means they still have to prove shit. Be a Sigma and going about life. Dude, I don't even need to be part of the alphabet though, Rabbit. I'm just a man, dude. I don't even understand that whole alphabetical bullshit. It's like, what? Be a man. So you gotta categorize men now? Just nut up and be a man, dude. Well, what level of a man? What the hell? What do you mean, what level of a man? Just be a man. Oh my God, where the hell did we go? Now we I don't know. That shit makes no sense to me. Grumpy says, well, I have to go pretend I like working 9 to 5. Everyone have a great day. F the system and go pursue some dangerous liberty. Go live a life done free, in the famous words of Grumpy Acres Farm. Live a life done free. Grumpy, be safe, sir. Keep your head on a swivel. Make it a good day. Don't have a great day. Make it one. You're running this shit. Don't let nobody else do it. Peace, brother. Appreciate you. Oh, the missus made it to work. Very cool, very cool. Miss Pamela. Is Miss Pamela in the house? Well, she's right there with Carl, so there she is. No, I know the feeling. I'm still naive enough to believe people. Right, Cola? You just, because, hey, I just, it's like I told somebody last night in a conversation. I'm done with all the ugliness and the little chest bumping, flexing bullshit, shit talking, let me blah 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 shit. I'm just hell, I worked my ass off to get out of that shit. So I don't want to be like that. So yeah, I try to, and people can go, oh, what a sissy. I just try to look for the best in people. I really do. So whenever I meet somebody and you're acting respectful and friendly, then I'm going to be like that. And then people will go, "Oh, they're really." I don't care. It's how do you interact with me? Can you be respectful? Can you be mature? And we hold a conversation, agree or disagree, and agree to disagree, kind of thing. Yep. Then there we go. We're good. That's life. But this whole fake facade and the and it's like, wait, what? Wait, but see, I mean, I didn't come from that environment. I came from a very interactive, working amongst different, all kinds of people. You didn't look at a people, and then I kind of entered into this depression thing. And then as I come out, then I got introduced to all this, and it was kind of like, yeah. So, and I get it. I got played, and people will be like, "Oh, you got played." Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. The little red X still works for me, so not really. I mean, do I get in my feels? Well, yeah, I got feelings. I ain't gonna bullshit nobody. What, you don't think somebody gets their feelings hurt, man? That's where do you think these smart ass comments come back? People that want to go, oh man, no, it didn't hurt my feelings. Really? Then why did you have to go, oh man, that fucking dumbass didn't fucking hurt my feelings, no man, fuck him. Okay, so I'll insert all those little words. That was called hurt feelings. Otherwise, it just goes, I don't even know what that dude's talking about. So hence all this other shit. So I just expose mine. I just don't mind. I don't know. It just cracks me up. I don't know. It's almost like somehow I grew up and I get to 60 fucking years old. Pardon the French, man. Sorry. See, I just, once you stir that shit up, it's hard to put the lid back on. But it's like how we got here. I have no idea, man. It's like, what in Sam Hill, dude? It's like simple shit. I had a coworker who complained and said everything made him sick, so I have him a rectal thermometer for Christmas. And there you go. Oh well, thank you, Blackbird. See, I don't know. I just don't understand all this. I just don't. What's up? Morning, Tony. If you make me cry, we're gonna have to fight. I guess. I don't know. I will say now, as far as crying, yeah, then that there's it wouldn't be anything here. I mean, I'd probably have to be a little bit inebriated or something in order to do that. But no, I could reflect on shit because you end up in your memories, man. And sometimes I can end up, you end up in a spot and you start reflecting back and you remember stuff, and man, it'll kind of bring on a wave. I guess that might be referred to as PTSD. I don't know, and I'm not making fun of that by any means. Like I said, most of all this is just self-reflection. It's just that somehow if I say it out loud, then it gets taken personal, and it ain't meant that way. Risky, it's okay. I'm 60 years old now too. Carolina Teresa, I couldn't take anymore. He was a nut job. Oh Lord. That's James Kobe video. Has to be AR. WTF, does Swift have to do anything? WTF, does Swift have to do with anything? I guess I missed what you're talking about, Carl. You want me to drop the link? You want to tell me about it or what? Here, I'll put the link up if you want to come up. There you go. Swimming at 8:45. On my way to work, or I would. Roger that then, sir. No worries. I'll have to look up what James Comey thing you're talking about. Oh, talking about Taylor Swift. You know, so I had a thought, and I'll share it with you. Because, see, just like everybody else's world out here got kind of like flipped all around in 16 whenever, old Trump come down the escalator, it freaked everybody out, changed the media, all of a sudden here's this unified messaging shit and this, man, crazy, you don't believe your lying eyes kind of reporting and just, man. And at the same time, I think all these little people that had never really been exposed, because you take somebody like a Comey or a Mueller or Swalwell, or these people didn't hang around Hollywood, people and actors, and they didn't have actors coming and really promoting them. When that little COVID bullshit and the whole Trump hatred, it caused them to all intermingle, and I think some of them people became almost what you'd call starstruck, like, oh look, wow, who would ever thought I'd be standing here taking pictures with them? I think some of that shit's gone down. I think they're just as but then again, AI that's going to be the biggest fear. Because, see, you got to remember, like on a Trump thing, he was this big land mogul guy. And then, because he was so popular, it became the Celebrity Apprentice. That's why he was in shows. And then he comes out where all these other people, they weren't used to hanging around all those people, Now you got some little batshit crazy dude like Robert De Niro that's willing to hang on your every word because he hates that dude right there so much that me and you are friends. And it's like, what? And these politicians never even, and all of a sudden they got these actors just hanging on their every word. I just think that it changed the dynamics of everything. I know where my mind is, but I digress. I was the nut job, according to my ex, just because I wouldn't argue with him. He couldn't stand it. Oh, yeah, he needed that validation. The BS Trump's in the file. He is 23 times. I can believe it. Blackbird says, I'll be lurking for a bit. Got some things to get done. Yeah, myself, I'm at coming up on 2 hours. Yeah, because I got to get after it. Now, if the rain's possibly coming in tomorrow, I got to finish getting that last part cleaned up. And then, I don't know. Which I got one more day tomorrow evening. I'm going to go get some rebar. I just got to figure out how to get it here, but I might end up just taking some bolt cutters with me and cutting the shit up in the parking lot. But that way we can load it in the back of the car. Well, roger that, Tiger. Welcome home. Welcome home. And see, what do you mean, kiss off? They counted how many times? Is like, what are you talking about? Was there an interview or was it during the meeting with Putin, or what you mean that they counted his name? Like, Blackbird, you don't need that. Sounds like he wanted you to react so he could suck you into the drama. Right, Pamela? So, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about now, kiss off. Damn it, where's Chuck? Chuck, has she had her meds? Chucky Jr., go get your dad. Your mom needs her meds. I'm just picking kiss off. What are you talking about, though? I don't understand. See, what witness? What are you talking about? Damn it, woman. You need to understand that all them voices you keep hearing in your head, I'm really not there. I'm not one of them. So you're going to have to explain to me where we are. I know that there's many voices up there. I have not been one of them, so I've not been participant. I don't know. What are you talking about? They asked the witnesses. Yeah, Cole, I know she's saying Trump, but it's just like I don't know what she's talking about, how they counted how many times his name was mentioned, and how is that fair? I don't know what she's referring to. Did they just get through having some kind of hearing or something? Or is this going back? I mean, I'm just trying to find my place, man. I'm just trying to find my place. I'm so confused. Sorry. Uh, oh, man. I see. Okay. I got you. I got you. Yeah, see, I've already cut that loose, dude, because I got to tell you, and you know, hey, man, if this hurts somebody's feels, it just is what it is. But man, if people really think that that dude is tied to Jeffrey Epstein at this point, then it just that's part of that. That you got to hate Trump. So they don't realize they've been programmed, but they've been programmed. You literally just had one of the most crooked, corrupt, stolen elections go down, and then a whole corrupt criminal administration get put in that had totally access and control to everything, and yet they throw everything. They make up charges to even try to throw at him. Hell, they tried to shoot his ass, but yet never a damn thing about that. When if there was anything worth any salt whatsoever, that shit would have been thrown out in a heartbeat. Hell, I'm sorry, back in 16 with the little bus thing about the hoo-hoo, you know, grabbing by the ho-hos, then it's like, so yeah, if there was something, plus, like I say, I got to thinking about it one day, and it really dawned on me that this is James Mueller. So, like, when this first fired off, this is Mueller that was in control. This is the same dude who orchestrated and created so much other shit. So I'm sorry. He was just handed the shit that implicates all his little buddies and shit. I personally don't even think that shit exists. I'm starting to think that that's where Trump comes at when he says this made up Democratic hoax, because now they've seen that they've altered. But see, you can't just release all that stuff because legal stuff, you can't disclose certain information, privacy stuff, but there's so much junk. And now if you know that this is junk, and you can kind of go, well, yeah, they've scrubbed all the shit. I don't know. All I know is these people have literally taken shit that wasn't even a legitimate charge, said, oh, well, we can't charge that with this, really? Okay. Hey, let's just make up shit, and then we'll find him convicted of, all this made up shit. So then we can just repeat this convicted felon line, even though it was all made up. I mean, none of it fit the regular jury law and order system. So, oh, big time, Carl. Yeah, it's all, those are peas in the same pod. But I just look at when this all originated, you know, and it's like, well, that was Mueller. Well, of course nothing's going to come out. There's probably ain't nothing there anymore. I mean, hell, I will say now we're going to see what comes out of these burn bags that supposedly have been found off in some little closet somewhere. There's like 7 burn bags that have files, hard drives, flash drives. It's like, believe it or not, somebody along the way could have shook hands with George Soros, but that doesn't mean that they agree with any damn thing he does. It might have just been one of them gatherings of people, and you end up crossing. It's like, Trump and the Epstein thing. I'm sorry, that's the first dude that actually threw help towards the prosecution against him, like because of the kids from the spa that the mom came out with the kid who had been taken from there and over to Epstein's, and that's what started the whole investigation. Well, and I guess what really kind of gets me on that is not that topic anymore. It's just when you watch the following of it, and just like people refuse to accept anything. Woof. I caught the mute button on that sneeze. Kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. That's it, Cola. That's why some of this stuff, and I get it, it's not that there's, do I think that dude's perfect? No. Do I think he probably does shit for his own benefit? Probably sometimes, but I do think for the most part, that's his whole life has been building that legacy of that name. And I just don't see him throwing a wrench into it now just because he's president. Hell, people asked him to be president 30 years ago. Would you fix it? Would you? No, I just wish somebody would get up there and fix this. And I guess he finally saw just how, like, holy crap, man. Obama really took things down a bad hole, and he decided to come on out. I don't know, man. I don't know. And that's why I said, people, and then, the areas, because you've got people like the Antifa BLM kind of people. You've got the radical screamies. You got the little, the Karens per se. You got the mass screamers. So you get this bombarded, and I get it. If it's in heavily populated areas, people are going to be like probably freaked out. I got no answers. I don't, because I don't live in that environment. So, I mean, and it would be easy for me to tell everybody, just get over it. Don't worry about it. But hey, man, you got to open your front door, and you know what's outside there. Do you, boo? You got to look out for yourself. And as the good old saying goes, ain't nobody coming to save you if shit goes bad. So Mueller is the only FBI director that Congress allowed to serve more than the 10-year tenure. He served for 12. Yeah. See, that dude's crooked as all get out. Comey too. And I think you're going to see a pickup of stuff that's going to try to get people to not watch what's actually happening in Congress itself, because these people are going to be being exposed. And I would like to think somebody's going to fixing to be starting held accountable. It's either that, or I got to tell you, there's a bunch of dumbasses, because they have literally come out onto the global international stage and been calling these people out about all their crooked ass shit. And it's like, okay, well, just so you know, if you don't do anything about this and they get control, your ass is grass. You think the little TSA flight thing was weird for them following you around, Miss Gabbard? It's going to be a lot worse next time around, So I would like to think that they're exposing this because they have every intent of bringing it to light. Time will tell. As long as they don't screw up with the growing of my tomatoes and feeding my chickens and shit and spending time with little man, I'll just wait to see the results. Because I know worrying about it, sweating about it ain't going to change a damn thing. Write letters, write email. I do believe in that. I think people need to kind of get their little local. So your local state representative for your state legislative body, you ought to have that email handy. Your federal representative, your state senator for local, and your federal senator. You should have all those emails, because it only takes 5 minutes to say, hey, and stay on point. Keep the conversation. Don't do the radical screamy type talk. Say exactly what it is. Be on point. Right now for us down here, it's the THC thing coming up. Everything else looks like it's going to be. So school choice, all that's going down. The property tax is another issue. Abbott's trying to deal with that. So encouraging the local representative, hey, you need to back Abbott up. You can bury a lie 20 feet deep and it will come up at the most important time, karma. Yeah, well, most things come to light eventually, You can only run amok for so long. I mean, look at where we got as far as the birth of America. The world had operated the same way, just changing hands in different territories and stuff, but it was kind of all about the same. And then we decided to change that up. Of course, I do find it funny that all those other cultures went on for hundreds and hundreds of years, sometimes 1,000, and yet we got so damn complacent so fast that within 250 years, we're ready just to burn the shit down and try it again, man. And it's like, holy shit, man. We got a damn good system. It built a lot of shit. It's what I find frustrating too, is the downplaying on America's accomplishments. I mean, did we do bad shit? Yeah, we did bad shit. Everybody did bad shit. And we're all born in sin, so we're all going to do wrong. But it's trying to do the right thing, and we establish freedoms that didn't exist. And it's like people need to start acknowledging that, at least respect that part about the country. But see, people get bombarded by other countries on how you're really not free when they're the ones that aren't free. Isn't that ironic? We get told by other countries how we're not free. Hey, morning, Monique. Doing awesome. Hope you're doing good. Hope all is well up there. Oh, I actually had a little thing I'm trying to work on, Kiss Off, about the buy me coffee thing. There's a on-screen little animation thing, but I don't know, man. That still feels weird. I'm still trying to figure out like an intro video to kind of just expose that, because yes, I think that's what God's wanting me to do, is just humble myself, and that's a hard pill to swallow. I don't know, man. Like I say, it all goes back for me. It's little man, and then you kind of look at it's like the emails. What can I do? That's, so it's okay. Well, at least I can make my voice heard. So at the end of it, I can at least go, well, I made my voice heard. I did speak my mind. What's the image of my drive home? Oh, that's cool. I'm back. Had to bring Hubs another deer sandwich. He needed a little morning breakfast to fuel that engine, ma'am. How does that phrase go? The fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Carl says, only one I want to save me is Jesus, right? Well, and I mean, it's I will say anything worth having, it always takes effort. So life would be no different. That's the way I'm kind of viewing it. Life's no different. If it's really worth doing, it takes effort and there's hard times. It's kind of like climbing up to that view spot. It's you might slip, bust your knee along, scrape it, and you're going to climb and you're like getting exhausted. You're hydrating on the way up. But man, that moment when you get there and you get to soak in that view, that's the reward for all the effort. Well, I look at life that way. It just, and I think that's why I got frustrated when I kind of saw the adult representation kind of nowadays. And I was like, man, I worked my ass off to get here and everybody done already gave up. What kind of shit is this? And, but then I realized that that's not really true. It's just, I was just in a bad frame of mind, which pollutes your thinking. And I don't know. Like I said, there's so much I would love to share, but I don't need to listen to all the bullshit that'll follow. But yeah, you would be amazed. Life is good. And depending, on your actions and the vibe and what you're putting in, it all affects. And the dishes are done and laundry's in the machine. The house is tidy, so I'm getting back to normal now. There you go. Well, not all the clothes are done. Most of the dishes are done. The houses are wrecked. But it's a good day. And there is no normal. I'd probably be scared of normal now. What is normal? And so what do we gauge that against? Like, what's the reference point to judge normal? That's the scary thing nowadays. Like, what's the reference point to that? Pick and choose your battles. Some just ain't worth fighting, right? I was never normal, so I'm doing well, right? Grateful is a good vibration. I have a lot to be grateful for. Well, and that's just it. It's the littlest things in life, and we get so bogged down with all the other crap that you can really miss little, as you'd call them, blessings or just positive things that will happen, but they're shadowed with so much negativity. You just kind of miss them. You kind of miss it as it goes by. You crack me up, ma'am. You just crack me up. Someone threw a jar of mayo at me. I was like, what the hell, man? It's kind of nice because I live alone, so I only clean my own messes. There you go. Just a roof over your head is more than the next. Well, littlest things like I go out there, the tomato plants, and more flowers are opened up or something. So there's little things that you can spot, but you get caught up in so much negativity that you just kind of overlook it because you're still into that. It's just little things. That's why I love little man time, because I can literally shut everything out and he's the center of my attention. So, and then you can watch just the coolest stuff. I just judge it by how I was before the health stuff, so I am not in pain anymore. So I'm just about back to normal. There you go. Well, if he didn't when he was a kid, then kiss off, that falls on you, because if he was the kid, then that means you were in the parent role. So apparently your educational skills were slacking, ma'am. I'm just picking. Miracle Whip is far from miraculous, right? Of course, you'll trigger Rabid now because, if you trash talk Miracle Whip, it hurts Rabid's feelings because he's a Miracle Whip fan. He'll go on a Miracle Whip defender tirade, telling you how awesome that chemical makeup is in that jar that they call Miracle Whip. I think the hardest part for me was not being around like-minded people when all this started, draining a lot of my energy. Hey, it's a Monday, Cola. You start the week off with some laughter. Got to go get my Miracle Whip and some crackers. See, man, if we could ever get some hidden cam on Rabid, I guarantee you what you're going to see is every time you trigger him over Miracle Whip, he probably goes and gets a jar and he sits there with his finger and he sticks in there going, "But Miracle Whip, it's so good. It's so good." And he just eats it by the fingerful. Mm-hmm. He's got a fetish for Miracle Whip. And he says, "I'm so happy it rained yesterday and the temperature has cooled off." Oh, there you go. Yeah, it'd be nice for the temperature to cool off, but I am not looking forward to the rain by any means. I'm coming to terms with that too, because I can't quite achieve what I was hoping I could achieve. And I always figured, I don't know, I guess I've never really ran into that before, but here I am. So now all of a sudden I kind of just got to accept where I'm at. And man, I don't know. I thought about trying to start working on the little building out there, either getting me some steps up into it, but then getting into that and trying to either start cleaning it out so then I can stabilize the flooring, and hell, I'll start putting some in the insulation. And I guess if worst case worse, something happens, we just move over into the little building. I'll never trust any jar from Coyote now, right? And there was a time when I liked Miracle Whip. I did. You know, there was a time. It just, I think it was one of the strokes or something. And after that, I'm just like, yeah, I don't need to put that in my body. And then, of course, after you just kind of see whatever, all the shit that happens with the factory lines and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time eating a lot of factory processed, canned, made stuff just because you just wonder. It's not so much the shit they put in the can, like that's one thing, but it's just the maintenance, man. See, that's one of those things that nobody really takes into account when they force people to do that jab or not. There were so many people that knew how to run that equipment, machinery, lines, all this stuff that they walked off because they didn't want to do it. And so now you got people that aren't really experienced, and all of a sudden you just notice things, the labels on this are crooked, or the cracker package and the little heat press thing is all dysfunctional, or this bottle wasn't sealed all the way right, or you just notice all these little flaws and things, or you have a train wreck, or you have a door come off of a plane, and you just kind of go, yeah, you kind of chased off a lot of that hidden worker, the guy that knows that sound, that taps it just right at the right pressure to keep things running. They ran them all off, so now we're suffering the repercussions. I have both Dukes and Miracle Whip. Well, there you go. At least you got some Dukes. I was watering my garden only from my ICB tote, and that was even getting low. The garden was looking desperate. Oh, child, I don't remember what I've done in the past. It's probably a good thing. Probably don't want to know what all you did in the past. Just let the past be the past. Yeah, see, your mom would be, she probably already have one. Yep. She just has to go open the drawer and pull it out. Probably has a stack of legal pads where she's been writing everything down. Carolina says, I'd eat your Miracle Whip over my first pan of biscuits. We played baseball with them, and they never cracked. Oh, man, Carolina, I made some after I'd met everybody. I tried to make some biscuits, and I made some hockey pucks. Like, I could have probably painted them black and sold them to the NHL. I forgot to, what was it I forgot to add? I don't know. When I was telling everybody here, I think Tiger was even one of the ones that was telling me I didn't add yeast. I didn't let it rise. I didn't do quite a few things. So yeah, I just put some dough on a tray and ended up with some damn hockey pucks. Thick slice of Velveeta on Wonder Bread with Miracle Whip slathered on 1970 steak. Yeah, back in the day, Carl. Oh yeah, I can remember that. Right. Okay, the generator is full and running. The composting toilet is done. Bed is made. The AC's running for max, and the gas cans are loaded in the car. Hot damn, Blackbird. You go, lady. You just look at her. Get her done. Caroline says, in my defense, I was a teenager or younger. Right. Well, I didn't have an excuse. I actually did this after I started doing YouTube, and there were some other people that would get up and cook and stuff all the time, and it kind of got me motivated, and I gave that a shot. And that fell through. One day I might get with you to see if you want to teach me how to make some biscuits. Should have saw some of the stray cats he'd bring home. Well, yeah, kids like pets. Pets are cool. I bet that pickle barrel's empty. Oh, yeah. What's up, Tuck? Good morning. I accidentally used cornstarch. Ooh. Well, I'm sure that was a rather unique taste. Box of Bisquick. If you know what, but see, here's where I'm at with that, Rabbit. So if I'm going to use a box of Bisquick, then why don't I just pop open the can of Pillsbury and just put the things already there? See, I'd rather make it like my mom used to make it, homemade biscuits. I mean, if they're not going to be homemade, then might as well just smack the can of Pillsbury on the edge and pop that thing open and just lay them out on. Actually, the ones that I usually get are the grands that are frozen in the bag. I just dump about 3 or 4 out. Baking soda, that's another thing I forgot to do, Billy, now that you said it. That was baking soda. That's what I forgot to put in there, too. I'll be home soon, dang it. Blackbird says, you can't say my dog isn't spoiled. I don't want to go into work today at all, right, Carl? Tuck says he's having a cup of mushroom coffee. It's different. Well, I'm not sure what kind of mushrooms are in the coffee, but it's prone to get a lot different as here in the next few minutes, I would think. Just know that it's not coming for you, Tuck. Woo. I'm just, I would too, but I get lazy sometimes. Right? Been in town since 6 a.m. Which one are you drinking? I like everyday dose. Hardtack cathead biscuits. Oh. Can you get an off day? Yeah, do you get an off day, Carl? Sometimes I'm lazy. Rescue Bonnie put her coffee on the front page. Her coffee? Under the. Oh. Oh, you mean, okay. Yeah, I didn't know what you were talking about. The key is to keep your butter cold and don't knead your dough. Oh, that was another thing I did too, Carolina. Well, I was kneading the shit out of that dough, and I kept throwing more flour, and I'd knead it. It's going to stay. Yeah, it was a mess. Hillbilly biscuits from scratch with butter brushed on it before baking. The key is to keep your butter cold. I'm a little off every day. It's not the same shit. What's not the same, Blackbird? What's not the same? Which one? Rise is the brand. I'm trying to figure out what Blackbird was talking about. I didn't like Rise Tuck. It doesn't dissolve well. Try the everyday dose. It's much better. I should dig my bread makers out of storage. Oh, look at you, Ronnie. There you go. I will say, we used to have one, and we got rid of it years ago, and now I could wish we still had the damn thing, because hell yeah, man, make some bread. Although I ain't asking about bread. I guess I could try biscuit. I I think somebody's probably messing with it, but that's what happens. I put the link in or something. I don't know. What's up, Craig the Hunter? I don't even know if you heard me when you came in, bud. Hell, I didn't realize I was even knocked out until I was knocked out. I went to push the button. Let's see. Make sure I scroll up. What's up, Michael? Welcome back. All right, so now. All right, I'm back. I think I'm back anyway. So I'm going to try this again. Let's see. Okay, so I'm back in the saddle again. All right, well, I'm going to leave y'all with some tunage. I'm going to make a latrine run. So, hey, refill your coffees, get your tea, get your soda, whatever you're starting your day with. And I'll be back with you here momentarily. Before I go back, got to mow the grass. Roger that. All right, a slight intermission. I shall return. I'll be right back with you guys. Enjoy.
Let me tell you something, friend. You don't owe this world a damn thing in the end. You can spend your whole life trying to play it safe. You can burn your name across that open space. I used to care what they thought of me, try to fit in, keep the peace, stay clean. But all I found in that kind of life was a soul gone numb and a heart gone blind. So give yourself the freedom, boy, to raise your voice and raise some joy. God's been good, yeah, I've seen His grace in a stranger's smile or a hard day's pace. 'Cause anything can happen in the blink of an eye. Storm rolls in or you learn to fly. So don't wait for permission, don't wait and see. Be whoever the hell you wanna be. I ain't saying it's easy, nah, it's a fight. But there's power in walking your own line right. I wasted years being small and scared, till I woke up one day and just stopped caring. This life ain't promised, this breath ain't old, and the good Lord don't want you wearing that load. So take that weight off, lay it down, pick up your boots and stand your ground. Give yourself the freedom, man, to build your life with your two hands. God's done great things, I've seen Him show, in the dark, in the hurt, in the high and low. 'Cause it all can change without a sign, a kiss goodbye or a flat line. So live with fire and die with peace. Be whoever the hell you wanna be. They'll talk, they always do, but none of them know what it's costing you. So walk tall, love loud, and don't apologize. You only get one shot at this ride. So give yourself the freedom now to speak your truth and stand out proud. God's been great and this world is wide. So run that road with fire in your eyes. Don't look back, don't bow your knee. Be whoever the hell you wanna be.
I will say, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it, Greg. So no, Craig, don't do that. It's definitely shortly, isn't it? Is that like self-disclosing something? Are you trying to tell us something? What's going on here, sir? And yes, don't pee on the keyboard. Well, actually, isn't Craig on his phone? So that'd be peeing on the phone. Uh-oh, did I crash out again? All right, child's play. Make it a good day. He's telling us he only needs one hand. Roger that. Why do gals never put the seat up for us? Hell, around here, that's all that ever happens. Hell, I think I'm the only one that talks about shutting the lid just because I was raised that way. And I'm like, man, y'all can't close the lid. Okay, where do we at? We're at 8:30, 2.5 hours. I shut the lid, seat and all. Keep that closed. Nobody needs to see all that. Oh, man. He who sits to pee. Actually, I'm sure, hell, there's probably housewives all around the world that wish guys would uh um housewives that wish you would sit to pee so they wouldn't get all that splatter around the edges. Yeah, right, Tuck. If you pee on the seat constantly for a year or two, they'll either start putting it up or divorce you. It's a crapshoot. You said you posted the link to join you, but I'm just saying I didn't see it. Yeah, I did, and that's back when Rank was here, and then Carl was going to come up, but then he had to work. So, and I would throw the invite out, which I mean, I guess we can hang out for about another 30 minutes. So if somebody wanted to come up, I can throw it out there. It's at 8:30 though, and I will say this day ain't gonna get no shorter or longer rather. So, okay, Carl. Well, here I'll throw the link up there. Let's see here, and here. Paste here. There's a big difference between men and women. No, apparently we got Supreme Court judges that they don't know what the difference is, but women never have to worry about their. Well, I'm not quite sure what to address with that statement, Michael. Either A, you're too full of shit because your turds are too huge, or I don't know.
Am I here? Is it working? I think it's working. Hot diggity dog. this is Stream Labs though. That Restream stuff is garbage, man. It kept kicking me off of Craig's panel the other night, man. Once every minute I got kicked off.
I don't hear him.
You can't hear me? Hello, 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 hello. You can't hear me? What's going on? Jello.
Well, this is Streamlabs, Craig. It's through Talk Studio, which used to be back before they bought it. Oh.
Yeah.
So it's apparently me.
And Zoom won't even let me even think about it. Zoom and Restream can bite me.
So I don't hear him.
Well, I can hear you. Mayhem says he can't hear me either. Hi, Cole.
See, I can't hear Carl. To me, he's not saying anything. So, and it's not even showing any voice thing coming through.
You guys are just messing with me now.
Michael says he doesn't hear.
Maybe you're just not on the same frequency.
Oh, okay. No, apparently he can. I can't. So hell. I don't know if.
Audio setting. Test mic. Yes. Echo cancellation.
Yeah, I can't. Oh, yeah, I can hear it on YouTube. There's a whistle, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can hear it on YouTube. I have to mute myself. Yeah, but it's weird, man. I don't know. I can't.
Well, see now, people, they say they can hear me, so we'll just let chat translate for us. We'll let them be the link. So, chat, can you tell Rescue that I can hear him?
This is weird. I don't know.
This is kind of challenging. This is like, you know, a hoop we got to jump through here. What is this? Lack of communication, lack of.
There we go. There we go. I got you now.
You got me now? You can hear me now?
Yeah. You got a whistle, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what the whistle is, man. I got a train coming. I hear that whistle.
See, like that, there's a faint whistle. Well, now that's a loud whistle.
I'll just let that run. Piss off.
When it goes by and gets done, then I'll turn my speakers up, and then you can hear the whistle like they hear it.
Well, we're just going to let
it's a real faint little thing in the back, and you'll hear this little.
Oh,
See,
I
like
hear
that
it.
right there.
I do. I hear it. It kind of sounds like a 1980s Casio digital watch alarm.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what they hear. I hear it too. I don't know what it is. See.
I don't know, man. It could very well be this propane heater I was heating coffee on. Let's see if I turn that off.
Oh, sure enough. There you go. It's the whistle. That was it.
That was it? It's gone?
Yeah. That was it. As soon as you said it, my brain went, that was what the sound was. That was it. And sure enough, now you cut it off and it's going.
Dang, man, that was on an ultrasonic level, man. I don't know how the heck that was picking that up.
It's all in the frequency, Carl. It's all in the frequencies.
Go open the gate, Craig. We ain't going nowhere for a minute. He's got a half an hour. Hurry up. Get back. I might even go flipping live today. I ain't got nothing to fucking do now. I didn't even want to go to work. I didn't want to, man. I just didn't fucking want to.
Well, see, and
I
then
don't
now you
even
don't have to.
No, I don't even have a good excuse, man. It was just like I didn't want to.
So did you just walk in and say, "Hey, can I have
No,
today off?"
man, I told the boss. I just said, hey, man, is it absolutely necessary that I get that tarp done today? He says, nah, no sweat. Don't worry about it. Done deal. Right there.
It's like, I'm doing a Yui. Whoop, going back.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
hey, that's one of the pluses about this job is I do get to do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Well, that's usually the best ones.
Pilgrim's like, cool, Carl. I got no plans, man.
That's it. Got no plans.
I do, however, have a full battery. So
So you'll be jamming out today.
I never know what the hell. I don't even know what I'm going to do today. No, man, it's just opened up a whole new world of possibilities. Well, yeah, that is. I mean, I woke up to this body caressing. All right, this just doesn't happen in my world a whole lot. So yeah, I mean, it didn't. I didn't even want to get out of the bed, man.
Yep. Damn, man, I think some woman rubbing on me would be a damn.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. Tiger said school started today. Now it's all making sense to me. This is like memory. This is my body remembered that. So that's why I don't want to do anything today because it was the first day of school.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, too, because well, yeah, Pilgrim is in 2 weeks. I know we got one district that's already started, but in another county, the other district hasn't started. And where Little Man goes, they don't start until the beginning of next week. So yeah, and seeing like that, I don't understand why did schools get so scattered out? It's like what happened to just summer vacation, spring break, all that shit would just used to be kind of uniform. Now it's like, oh well, this one here is going to take it this day. This one's doing it this week. See, look, Reddit says there it's been back for a week already.
They got, private schools and public schools and all that. I remember starting different times even when I was young. They didn't all start at the same time. It was
Well, the privates and publics, but these are held public schools. You got one damn district's like, well, we're starting this Monday, and the next district that's just right over from them is like, well, we're starting 2 weeks from now, and it's like, oh my god. And they have those teacher makeup days. I think that throws their schedule off because they have all these little federal makeup days. At least in Texas, that's how they get so many days allocated by the feds, which I don't know what happens to that shit now when you've got no more Department of Education shit, since the feds ain't going to dictate the rules.
I don't know. I really, really, really did not like school. I mean, I didn't want nothing to do with it.
See, I can't wait. I'm hoping Little Man gets into like welding or the FFA or something, and then but that's where I want to try to help play a part and keep him grounded and don't let him get lost in all that bullshit.
I mean, I'm not saying school was bad or nothing, but it was bad for me. I liked art class. I liked shop class, but that's about it. That was about the best thing about it, besides all the girls. I didn't like school.
Hell, I don't even hardly remember too much of school. Too much.
Well, I got no trophies. I do have art awards, but I didn't get any, I wasn't into sports because of my knee and all that. But I am a champion at one thing, and I don't think anybody's ever going to beat it. All right. I am the champion of our school system for skipping school. Because, I'm a sixth grader. I never made it past sixth grade. I got into seventh grade, but I only made it for a couple of months. Out of the last year in school I went to school, there was 120 days in the school year, and I skipped 90 of them. Beat that record.
Yeah. I don't even. I remember playing some of the sports. I remember just a little bit. Most of it's because I just look at pictures, but I don't really remember too much. I do know I quit in the 11th grade to go join the army, and then whenever I came back, I tried to go back to high school, and that didn't work out. And it's like, nope, done been exposed to the adult world. I can't go here. You just that ain't gonna work. So yeah,
I tried to go back, man. I tried to go back to school later in life and I'd make it like a week, all right, before I just couldn't fucking handle these people anymore and I'd leave. I tried, man, but didn't get very far.
I did go to college and I got a degree in it, but I mainly the drive for that was just to teach my kids that you got to do your damn homework. Look, you got to set time. You got to take this serious. You got to learn some shit. So I actually got an associate's degree in information technology, computers, networking mainly.
Right on. Hey, man, I respect anybody who can handle that shit. All right? I respect anybody who went all the way through work, graduated, made something out of it. I'm glad. I really
Dude,
am. But
I had to, when I did that though, Carl, I literally had to get this professor, this math professor, to actually have separate classes with me because, dude, I had to get caught up to speed. I've just almost all my life, I figure things my own way. It makes sense to me. It ain't no algorithm, but it's like, oh, well, I needed to get sheetrock for this place here or need to run the wire. I just kind of do these little things in my head to go, okay, 251 sheets, or we need, 720 yards. But so I never was good at math. I used to just add numbers. I was good in my head. So I always just
math
came
is
up with my own
my
way. And all of a
math.
sudden you
Math
go to
is
college
never
and you got to
mine.
do all this official, formal bullshit curriculum crap. And I'm like, hell, dude, I don't even begin to understand this algorithm bullshit. What this? And so,
Well,
yeah,
they screwed me over, man. They screwed me. I don't like math much. I mean, I have yet, I measure shit every day. I fucking use math all the time. I worked at party stores and I've worked tills. I've never mess up my money till, but it's got nothing to do with what they wanted me to do. You give me a couple numbers and I can figure it out quicker than I can write it down and do the work. And they always tried to make me do the work. And it's like, I can give you the answer right now. Why do you want to make me write all that other shit down?
yep,
And that's where the problem really started for me. But they also, man, they put me in geometry and I was kicking ass because I can draw. I like, geometry. I know shapes and all that. And I was kicking ass in geometry. And then, like, a month and a half or so in, they're like, nope, you got to get out of this class. You got to take algebra first. You were mistakenly put in geometry. So then they stuck me into an algebra class that was like a month or two into the works already. And I was fucking lost and pissed off and didn't even try.
right. Well, see, that was college. I mean, hell, I'm grown. I got two kids that are in school and shit. And I go back and it's like, well, this, and it's like all the formal stuff. So that's like the calculus, the trigonometry. And I'm like, yeah, no, dude. And so I literally would go down to school 2 hours early so that I could sit off in a room and he would come and work with me in between his time. And I would just sit there and try to study that so I could pass that damn class.
Well, to be brutally honest, the reason why school folded up in my face was because basically I didn't have a father since I was 3. He had died when I was real young. So when I went into school, there was a bunch of controlling males that thought that they could tell me what the fuck to do, and some of them thought they could touch me, rescue. And in Oxford schools alone, I had physical confrontations with about a dozen male teachers who put their hands on me. And I mean, it just got bad to where there was actually warrants for the arrest of a couple of those teachers for assault that the whole school saw, whereas some of them took a chair to their head, another one got beaten to a pulp. Some of them got the upper hand on me too. I mean, they were like ex-Michigan State football players and shit were our teachers and stuff. And they weren't small guys, but I was fucking not to be touched. All right. And with my mom as a cop and stuff, that shit just blew up in my face. I had, of course, I had a truant officer and stuff, but even the cops were like, "Where are you going, Carl?" I said, "I'm not going to fucking school, that's for sure." "What's going on, Carl?" "Well, he tried to fucking swat me and it didn't work out." "Oh, well, all right. Well, we'll go talk to your mom." And it ended up, they just, they didn't even try to make me go anymore. They kicked me out of that school system and they had to ship me way up north just to get me to try to go to school. The school fucking sucked. All right. I had a lot of trouble in school. So it just, it's different for me, I guess.
Oh, well, I to be honest, I don't know because like I said, I don't really remember a lot from my youth like that. I remember like a couple of scraps in junior high. Just I can visualize the building kind of deal. I remember one incident because I can remember throwing some kid's shoes on top of the roof. So there's like these little blips, but most of it, hell, I don't even really remember going to college. I just remember blips of it, and most of it was the struggling part or the funny part. Like I remember I taught computer 101 class, introduction to PCs, literally took all the shit down there to teach this class of people. I remember that. I can remember going and studying for the math, but to be honest, and I can kind of remember his face. And I can remember the PC 101 guys because that dude was so out of touch. And I pulled him to the side and we had a talk. And then that's when he asked me, he goes, "Well, would you be willing to teach this?" I'm like, "Yeah," because I was already doing trouble calls and doing shit up here.
Well,
so it was different, but I can't because I don't know, man. It's like with the kids, that really just kind of you zone in. That's how I kind of didn't really pay attention to the politics and the shit. That's why I said before I was raising my kids, so my mindset was, well, I don't know, you're hired to do your job, aren't you going to do your job? I'm doing mine, kind of thing. And that was just life for me. And so I don't have, my memories are all twisted. I have blips. I have my little motion picture stills. It's brain damage. Hell, my firefighting stuff, there's incidents I can remember, but I don't remember the whole calls and stuff. Some of it's intentionally tuned out. Prison life, I remember spots. But also,
I just come to a realization that I don't like anywhere that has fluorescent lighting. All right, schools, hospitals, morgues, libraries, all them places got fluorescent lighting. I don't want to go to. That's where I'm at right now. What's up, Savage?
Like school, man, I wasn't home. See, I remember, I know, like there was times because I got pictures. So apparently I did the baseball. I did hockey when we were in Ohio. I did football. And I was in plays because my mom had pictures. So I remember apparently I was like George Washington in a school play at some point, but it just doesn't, too many whacks to the head and shit. So it's a no-bueno. And then you got some of those things. Matter of fact, that was part of I was talking to somebody last night, and I said, that's why it's like talking about prison. I don't talk about prison. I never have because I have never wanted to glorify that place. And back then when I got out, everybody that would do that, it was always glorifying it. Oh yeah, man, we do this and we do that. And it's like, man, I don't want to tell nobody's stories, even though there are some funny times. But the overall thing is like, no, I don't want to downplay it, man. And so I
don't mind talking about my past. Actually, I kind of tell people about it because I don't want them to think I'm trying to portray myself as something I'm not. You know what I mean? So I never hide that shit. I was in the juvie a lot. I ran. I was a runner. I made the front page of the newspapers and here in Pontiac, Michigan a couple times. I got out of those places. I broke out. When you were a kid, they couldn't shoot you, so you could get away with a lot more. Where you were at, they'd shoot you. They would shoot you. They would have shot you for the shit I did.
Oh,
You
well,
know.
where I was at, they pull you over, you'd get licks over, you got bent over the hood, and you got a paddling, and then you got your parents called, and you got your ass whipped there. If you were drinking beer, that shit all got poured out. Smoking weed, that shit got dumped out and grinded on the side of the road. It was just
Now hold on.
that
See,
dude's
that's
next
where the
car
shit
was like
started.
your dad almost.
No, see, that's where that shit started. Like, there's this gym teacher. I'll say his fucking last name. His last name was Fry Miller. He was a big, giant, fat, controlling fuck. All right, and he did not like me. I still have it. I have something they call Osgood Slaughter's disease. It's a deterioration of your knees. They said I was going to have knee replacements and all this shit when I was a kid, and I was on crutches for over a year in school. All right, and those fuckers they targeted me, all right. And like, I remember,
All right,
this
so
is where it really fucking got me, all right, because this stuff's on record. There's fucking police reports. I still
make it a good day,
have
bud.
police reports from my mom keeping them. But this fucker, I never participated in sports or gym because of that knee. I'd sit there on the bleacher, talk to the girls, whatever. But I never participated. And this big fucker said, "Get in the shower, Fraser," as I was getting ready to leave class. And I'm like, I didn't participate. I ain't getting in the shower. He says, "Get in the shower, Fraser." And I kept saying it. And he cornered me in the locker room between a row of lockers up against the wall and tried to start taking my clothes off in front of all of those kids in that locker room. And that's where I wigged the fuck up, and I climbed up a bench and climbed over his head and elbowed and kneed him and fucked him up, all right, and left the school. All right, I just walked out of the school, started walking down the road, and the cops stopped me, because they were called, and the cops, they were like, "What's going on, Carl?" I said, "That motherfucker just tried to take my clothes off." They're like, "What?" And they took me down to the police station. I told my mom, I said, "No motherfucker's going to touch me like that," and it started this thing to where all those fucking teachers hated me, dude. I mean, it was obvious they fucking hated me.
Damn. I know my
Yeah.
oldest felt like that when he was in high school. He was always, man, the teachers were always, but he was kind of, his grandmother had him kind of viewed different. He didn't interact well. Now, my son, because the oldest is my stepson, my son, he was kind of one of those, I guess he's one of those likable kids because we used to crack up about that. We'd go into Walmart. Matter of fact, we used to poke at him, and son, he used to kind of be like, "What?" But that was before the puberty, and because he's a big boy, and Michael's actually met him, Battlefield met him, and dude, we would go into Walmart or go into a store, and these little girls from, the high school, they'd become, "Oh, Matt," come up and give him a hug and stuff. These dudes, he's just always had that friendly personality. But see, it's the country kind of school. This wasn't even like the school I remember going to, it just far as when I grew up. But so it is different because you kind of know everybody. It's like everybody goes to the same grocery store. So I guess that does kind of put things in check and just how crazy you can kind of get. You kind of got to keep your craziness self-contained because
I will let that
you
shit. I
can't
used
add
to
out
let that
just too
shit
much
right the
because then
fuck
you're going to
out.
go get your groceries from the same store they are tomorrow. And so it's like,
Oh no, I let that crazy right the fuck out. The minute they fucking touched me, man, I just fucking used to blow up. I
well, yeah,
mean,
see, we
I
don't have that
stopped.
down here, though, but we're a large state. I mean, when you look at like Michigan, it's a little bitty ass state. Hell, you think you can probably fit about 6 of Michigan's into Texas, probably. So you
I
figure
drove across that state you're in, man. That's
those
crazy.
big
You guys got
cities
everything.
controls the whole educational thing. Because here, it's like hell, right here from where I'm at, I can directly beside me, that school is completely different from the one right down in town to where the stores are. And matter of fact, most people that work in that school, because this one up here is so old school, backdated stuff, that they'll teach there and then come up here for the last year of their teaching career. And then that way they can get some kind of cool retirements or some shit in the teacher thing. But But see, it's country. It's just, and I say country not in a like inbred and retarded way, but just it's there's something to be said about everybody has to shop at the same store. I think that is really what must set a big difference. I've noticed that through all kinds of conversations, the differences.
That school system that I was talking about, there was 2,000 kids from sixth grade to 12th grade. There was 12 or 2,000 kids in the school. There was, 150 kids my age or more in my, it'd be like 50, 60 people in a class, right?
Yeah, see,
Well, when they kicked me out of that school
that's that
system
city
and shipped
stuff.
me, and they kicked me out of that school system, and my mom sent me north, all right, up near Traverse City, and I went to this little town. There were 9 kids my age. All right. There was 175 kids from kindergarten to 12th grade in that school. So there was, I mean, it was like, I'm not proud of this, but I know I corrupted every fucking kid my age. All right. I went from living the way I was up into the fucking country where all these farm boys, and the next thing you know, we're drinking and smoking and stuff. And I know I corrupted them. I'm not proud of that, but it was like a culture shock rescue. I went from all those kids to just a few, it was weird. It was a whole different world.
What'd you do as you were growing up, Carl? Like what, like in your like where in your 30s, where were you at? Were you because did you serve? I don't.
No, they wouldn't take me. See, I tried. I tried for years. That I knew what I wanted to be. I knew I wanted to go in the army. I tried so many times. I tried it in different states. I tried it through the years, and the same answer came. I've even been at the bus stop, kissed my girlfriend goodbye, tears, the whole 9 yards, getting ready to step on the bus, and the recruiter shows up and saying, "I'm sorry, Carl. I tried everything I could." Because, all right, they used to have something called 3 strikes. I had a bad knee, all right, real bad knee. I still got the knee, but I compensate. All right, but that and an extensive juvenile record and absolutely no schooling. Those were the 3 things that together I could not get past. And I tried all 5 branches of the service, man. They wouldn't take me for nothing. Looking back at that, though, it's probably a good thing, rescue. It probably wasn't meant to be like that.
Well, that's really where we all are, is where we were, where we needed to be. It's just that we look back and we judge this, that, and the other, and we think of, well, if you go back and change anything in your past, you're not going to be who you are today, because it's just things you go throughout life is what makes you. So if you, that's what I will say. I mean, I entertain the whole thing, man. If I could be 17 again, or if I could be 20 again, and I get it, and it's cool. But in all honesty, though, if you went back and changed one thing, one experience, man, you know what? I wish
Well,
I'd
fuck
never
that.
met that dude, because that dude turned out to be a dick. But you know what?
Dude, I barely
Something
made
about
it to
that
this point.
excitement had an effect on you, and it helped develop into the person you are. So every little thing that's happened has led to the moment you're in. And
There's
you
no
just,
regrets. There's no regrets. And if you gave me a time machine, I wouldn't fucking use it because I barely made it to this point. So I'm sure I would fuck something up worse if I had another chance.
I'd probably be game for going back to when my kids were born.
Mm-mm.
That way I
See,
got my
all
kids,
that shit
but
I went through, rescue, all that shit I went through was before until I was 15. Like age 10 to 15 was a nightmare. No childhood. It was not a childhood. But since age 15, all right, when I was 15, I was taken to court and surprised. The judge literally asked me, I said, why are you here? And I said, what do you mean, why am I here? He's looking at all the court papers he's got in front of my whole case. He's like, I don't see a reason why you're here. And I said, what do you mean? I was a ward of the state, considered incorrigible, and he said, I don't see a crime. I see where you run. I see where you wouldn't go to school. What do you want, And I said, I just want to be left the fuck alone. I want to work. I don't want to go to school. I want you guys just to leave me the fuck alone. And he literally changed my life. That moment, he says, I'm gonna let you go. If I see you again from any time now until you're 18, I'm keeping you till you're 21. good day. And
Oops.
he let me go. And it was because there was no, it was just because I was a runner, man. You know, it's all it was, is I just wanted to be left alone.
So did
And
you
he
do a
let me
lot of
go.
time, Carl? Like, did you do a lot of
I've
time? Were you
done,
locked up for a long time or something?
I was in solitary for 8 months straight once. Every place they put me, Star Commonwealth, Boys Training Camp, Work Ed, Camp Oakland, J Building, A Building, C Building, Meadowview, Fairlawn, every place they
Oh
put
no, I
me,
was just
I would
wondering, like the
run.
20 through 30s or something, if you had been like locked up for a while or something.
No, I've never had so much as a traffic ticket since I was 15 years of age. But everything I did was before that. All right, I've got such a clean record that the last time I got pulled over, the cop said, "You're so clean, it's suspicious." All right, and here's the deal: is you can't look anything up on me because there is nothing, not even a traffic ticket. But federally, you know, when I tried to get into the military, they could see all my juvenile history. They could see all of that shit. You know, but yeah, I've been clean since I was 15, which is a pretty
Oh,
good
okay.
long run, man.
Oh, okay. No, I was just
I
wondering
just, I just
what.
went to work, dude. That's all I've ever done. Is just tried to work and be left alone. Ever since.
Right. What's she said? Journey.
Yeah, yeah. I
It's a
got my
lot.
yah-yahs out when I was young. Pretty mellow now. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's well. When my kids were born, that's really was what changed my whole world. Before that, yeah, being locked up kind of was letting me know that I was part of. I was the common denominator. That's kind of what I told myself when they shut that door the second time. And it's like, oh, and it's like, yeah, I'm the common denominator, so I think I probably need to chill. I've been kind of hearing this my whole life. You need to calm down. This ain't the wild, wild west. You need to stop. And it was like, yeah, I guess maybe. And so that's that whole second trip. And it kind of, I came out, I still had an attitude. It's like the word punk. Oh man, that set me off. But that's the whole prison thing. And so it took a little bit. But man, I'm telling you, when it started changing when she said she was pregnant. And I was a decent person, but I still had a good little bit of anger. I mean, it was I could get in a problem fairly quick, and so that would happen. But when they handed me my son, dude, it just changed the dynamics of everything. And now I look back, and it's like hell. I had some of the most crazy shit come out of nowhere and get me and lock me up and cause all kinds of. And it was just like, damn, man, it was almost like that was the changing part and the evil part of the world just kind of come at me at the same time. So I had a little bit. It was a hiccup to start, but it's always I don't know. I've just always my decision process became then based off of I couldn't just punch somebody in the face at will anymore because well, it's shit, man. I got to be able to keep my job and provide for my kids. So all of a sudden,
I
it
quit
changed the
punching.
dynamic of everything.
I quit punching people. I use the palm of my hand now.
I try to just walk away if somebody will let me. It's like, now right here, I don't take much shit right here, but then that's because I just swear by this is my piece of the pie. Look, man, when I cross that ditch line, I have to tolerate, I have to, put up patience level, all that good. But right here, no, no, no.
No, I just don't want to hurt my hand again, dude. I crushed my knuckle once at Harpo's down in Detroit at a rock club in the middle of the night. Somebody pushed someone at me, and I socked them in the head as hard as I could, and I just crushed my hand. So I don't sock people anymore. I use different methods.
That's how I broke my fingers before. That's, yeah. It's just that was always my answer. It took a little bit.
And you know what? I worked a lot at bars and stuff, and I still won't sock somebody. I'll just hold them there till the cops come.
Yeah, see, down here, I just try to avoid those circumstances. You just kind of read it at a distance nowadays. It's kind of like taking a prison mentality, but then I just expand the borders out. So now it's kind of like you can kind of see this issue starting at a distance, and it's like you kind of put position yourself in a different spot. Don't be where the shit goes.
Well, that is an ideal situation where if you're going to avoid it. But man, I was never able to like just avoid everything. It always,
That's why I don't go to
I was
bars.
Well, I don't either. I don't either.
Yeah.
But I used to work at them, but
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
me
do that
too.
anymore.
Hell, I managed the topless bar, even though I respect women and still didn't talk to them like trash back then.
Well, I was always a cook, all right. But that job always came with other shit, man.
But
Be the door
Snook
guy
says I
all the
only
time.
floored one man and beat up one girl. You know, I gotta say, Snook. So when I read that, it does pique my curiosity. Although I'm, not getting off, but I would love to see a picture of what you look like so I could associate that. I only floored one guy because you can kind of go a little bitty thing, and it'd be like, whoa, what really? But then I mean, I'm sorry,
Dude, there's a regret that follows. People don't even
my
talk
mom was
about
an
this.
Amazon woman, so hey,
Well,
I got my
yeah.
size from my mom, so I get it. There's women that will lay you out.
Have you ever regretted hurting somebody?
Oh yeah,
That's the
most
thing
of
that
the
most
time,
people,
believe it or
I
not,
don't hear
because
guys
it
talking
always
about
ends
that.
up worse than what it really should have been, and I always feel bad about that.
Well, I have felt bad about it. There's been a few times in my life to where I've did something that I regretted, and it might have taken a while before it started to wear on me. But that regret shit can be real. All right, if you put somebody into a hospital, you might start regretting that shit. You know. Oh, I got one for you. Rescue. I broke out of J Building, the maximum security holding place in Pontiac, Michigan, right there on Telegraph. I broke out of that place and ran, and I went to my hometown and found a party and went up and got totally trashed, kegger, whatever they had, I'd do it. And as I was leaving the party, I I had my back to this, and I hear a car pull up behind me, and I turn around, and it's a new cop. I didn't even know who he was. He jumps out of the cop car. His name was Spatafor. He's not even alive anymore, but at the time he was a reserve cop. And this is downtown in the city that my mom works at the police station at. All right? And this cop jumps out of his car and grabs me by both wrists and turns me around and says, "I've got you, Carl. Don't try anything." All right. At this point, I'm facing him. He's got his car door open, and I'm looking over his shoulder at my buddy in a friend's house's bushes. All right. He's in the bushes, and I can see he's making this motion like, punch him, punch him. And I was pretty fucking lit. So I didn't even think about it. I hauled off and I socked that cop as hard as I could. And he slid down his open car door with his gun laying there and the car running. And I was so fucking mad that I ran half a block in through the front of the police station, screamed every profanity I could think of at my mom and the cops that were standing there behind the counter, and then ran out the back door with the whole police station chasing me. And I got away. All right. And at the time, I'm thinking, man, I just got away with fucking murder. All right. But it didn't quite go that way. When I got in front of the judge and they finally caught me, I had to agree to this. I had to go and formally apologize to that officer in front of the whole police station and my mother and everybody who saw it. All right, because half the town saw that shit go down, and I was 12 years old when that happened. All right, now if I would have done something like that in my older years, I'd have been gone forever. All right, they'd have put me in prison. I never got out. But when you're a kid like that, they can choose to let shit ride. You know,
Oh yeah,
oh,
hell, that was my first trip to the prison system was because of 9 times before the judge. One time of those was even in the same day. Like I saw him that morning. I had to go to this restitution center. They put me in this center and they said, you got to go find a job. I walked down to the Wendy's. I looked at this dude. This dude told me this job about this thing. And I'm looking at them people in them funny little hats and the uniforms. And I'm like, dude, I've been building stuff. So I work outside. And he goes, yeah, you don't look like the kind of person. And so I ended up going back to the restitution center. And then this dude ends up at the end of my bunk. And I'm like, you need to take that down to yours. And it's mouth, boom. Okay, bounce off the lockers. Next thing I know, here we go. And damned if I ain't right back before that judge that evening. And that's when he looked at me and he goes, you're just not going to get it, are you? I'm just going to have to send you, aren't I? All right. And then there went my first trip. And so that's why I never hold it against the system, dude. I totally pushed that thing. That dude gave me so many different chances. And I hit the ground running. I was a bull in a china shop.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and Snook says that was a long time ago. I was a little under 5'4" and petite. LOL. The man was drunk, went down easy. So Snook, you ran over, said, "Hold on a minute," and ran over, got that step ladder, opened it up, got up there, and said, "Bing," and laid him out. I like how she says, do you notice that little play on words? I'm a little under 5'4". Well, yeah, that's 5'3", 5'2", 5'1". There's numbers involved in that.
And you know what, Mayhem? I'm a pacifist. I'm a pacifist. Now, get it? Pacifist.
Actually, Michael, you know what? There was a time that, yes, I have come from that world to where, a 25-cent stamped envelope was that you just, depending on the circumstances, that somebody might not be around no more over something. That's actually the biggest eye opener about prison life. And then you kind of put things in perspective, and that's part of with age, you reflect back on those moments, and it puts things in perspective for me now. And yes, that's why it's very easy to fall into just really relishing the moments with little man, because life becomes, you respect life when you realize there's places that it just over nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just look at somebody at the wrong time? Okay, because that means somebody might not be breathing at the end of the day. And it just, you look at the minuscule things that take life away. And then you listen to the rhetoric about the abortion type stuff, and you just kind of go, man, there's just such a lack of respect or empathy or love of life.
So those are the things I try to hang on to, man. Growing up, like I said, all that shit was when I was a kid. I made a choice at age 15. Anyways, ever since then, man, I've tried to be, more caring, because the one thing that slipped out of my mouth the most that I remember as a kid is, people saying, "Carl, you're going to fuck your life up. Carl, you should do this." Everything I would answer with, "I don't fucking care. I don't care, man." I said, "I don't care" thousands of times. I'm sure I said, "I don't care." And I was lying to myself, man. As I got older, I realized I fucking cared. I just didn't want nobody to know it, So once you get to that point that all right, I was the asshole. All right, I admit it, I was an asshole. And you look at yourself like that, you can do improvements, man. You can make it better. I like, I'm a positive minded guy. All right. I like to, try to. When have you seen me be a total asshole to anyone? You know what I'm saying? I would prefer to be a nice guy. I really would.
Oh yeah. Well, I try to people. It's just that people ruin it.
I just said that like 2 days ago. I used to like people, but people ruined that for me.
And look, Snooks tries to clean this up. I love this dancing around. So now, I'm close to 5'4". So see, yeah, because 5'2" is close to 5'4". I don't understand why. I just don't want to say the 2 or the 1, but you're right. It's close. It's okay. Use a shorty. Hey, trust me, I totally understand. You guys have dominated the whole market on everything when you think about it. Kitchen cabinets. Oh, wait, the sink. It's the height for short people. Oh, the toilet. Oh, wait, it's the height for short people. Oh, the couch. Yeah, the couch. Nope, that's set at the height for short people. Well, shit then. I'm going to get me a kitchen chair. Nope, set at the height of a short person. It's like, well, shit. Some of us grew all the way up. What the hell happened to the furniture for the rest of us? Go to clothes. What's on sale? Oh, look, it's so cool. It's the small, medium, little, larges. It's for all the little people.
I don't even pick on them, man, because I've seen enough to know that it's really not the size of a person that makes them tough. I've seen some of the toughest little fuckers kick a monster's ass. All right. I mean, literally,
that's different. Into them. Hell, I worked next to a lady built a steel mall. Actually, she was a steel worker with me. That chick could run beams and stuff. No, it's not the work and stuff. It's just that how everything is designed around short people.
They're
Walk
handy
up
to
to
have around, man.
walk up to
You
the
know, these
counter to a
places,
typical kitchen sink. You can go into a new home just built. Hey, you know what? I want to buy the home. Cool. Let's come on in. I'll show you around. Walk up to the kitchen counter and you go, well, wait a minute. Why is it down there? Oh, because see, that's the normal height, short people height. You go into the bathroom and your knees end up in your chest sitting on the toilet. Why? Because it's a short person toilet.
right? But they're handy to have around, man. Especially like when you're working on trucks or something. There's like
Just pick them
you
up and throw
got
them in the back of the truck and say, come on, we're going.
Well, even that, you could hold their ankles if you had to reach something down in a hole or something. You could hold their ankles, you know, and hold them. I mean, they're handy. They got smaller hands and
Hey,
stuff. You can get into
they can
that.
get shit behind the couch too. You grab them by the ankles and you hold them over the back of the couch. They can get the shit that falls behind the couch.
I've had Pamela here. She's got tiny little hands and arms, and she can fit her arm right inside of a jerry can and wash it and shit. I can't get down in there. She can get nuts and bolts down by the radiator in the front of the truck and stuff I can't even get my hands into. She can do it. That's handy.
Oh well, yeah, but see, now that's me with vehicles. Every time you pop a hood, and it's like, man, you couldn't send the little Asian dude to put this together in the trunk so he can access this shit right now. Because yeah, I go trying to reach an oil filter like on her car. It's like,
I ain't that big, but I got big arms and big hands and stuff. But I'm only 6'1". I'm like 200. I'm steadily about 220, about 220 pounds. So I'm not a real big guy, you know. But short people are handy to have around. I'm telling you.
they are cool armrest. I gotta say, when you kind of need that moment, and it's like, man, there really ain't nothing around. You can just kind of go, hey, come here a minute, and you just bam, and it works out perfect. What's up, Pat? Morning.
You know, I got so many crazy juvie stories and cop stories and stuff from when I was young. People tell me I should write a book.
Yeah, that's what my mom used to tell me. Oh yeah, that's how I used to be. Lurch wouldn't often wouldn't know what the.
Really, so I'll tell you what, I really believe this because I've done it. If you take the biggest guy out first, all the rest of them fucking run. That's a fact. And it really, size it doesn't. It's what you know. It's not about your size. You could have an Andre the Giant who's doesn't know a dang thing, and some little guy poke him in the eye and he's done. That shit's real. Is this the Carl show now? Oh my goodness, I got my own YouTube stream going. I'll wait for you, rescue. Can you guys still hear me? I only see my avatar. I don't even see him up here no more. You got that right, Eric. Never underestimate no one. Now I don't even see myself.
Okay, have no idea. I did put the link in, so who knows if it gets
Welcome to the Carl Show, rescue.
right. Hell, I didn't even know. I was like, well, ain't nothing said. So as I went out, well, then I went to go to YouTube. And about the time I went to look at YouTube, then it took you out too. And I'm like, oh, well, now there's nothing but the flag.
That was weird.
Yeah. I don't know. It could be my internet, the veritables, or it could be that I put the link in so somebody's hammering away with some little DOS type attack on the address or something. I don't know.
One of your fans.
Yeah, there's dickheads and ugly people. I mean, no matter where you go, there's always those people because evil exists, which means negativity exists.
But they're out fucking numbered. All right. That's the thing about this. All right. Out of all of you folks, all you in chat, all of you streamers, all the people I know on here, it's like 98% cool people with 2% assholes. So those 2% assholes don't mean nothing to me because all of you folk outnumber them by far.
Wait, now Snooks is saying that she's not a D head. She doesn't even have one. So, wait, where did that come in?
I don't know, Snooks. I've grown to realize in life that a whole lot of women do have those.
Well, I kind of thought biology said that they did. It's just that they're kind of like aligned and positioned in a different way. But
Nah, they can get them delivered right to their door in a brown paper bag if they really want one.
and I did know me and the missus worked with this one lady one time. Tell you what, the younger years, man. Hey, we had fun back then. There were some wild times. But she worked with this lady, son, and we ended up with this little layer of snow. And all I'm gonna say is that's the only woman I've ever seen actually stand there and write her name in the snow. And I was like, and to know that you even brag about that was a whole nother level. And it was just like that was I remember those moments. That took a little bit for me to process. It was like, okay, well, this is the first woman I've ever stand up and write their name in a layer of snow that way. So that was odd. And then it was to even kind of brag about it and to display that, to kind of like, look at what I just did. And it was like, oh, okay. And then that became a topic for a little while. I was like, holy shit, who would ever think that?
Well, you know how that goes is almost any guy can write cursive. As if they can print is a whole different game. All right, that's when
I'm
it's
sorry,
talent.
a female standing up like a guy and then peeing and writing their name in the snow was pretty, was not expecting that.
No, that sounds like a biker chick. To me, somehow I'm thinking biker chick.
Yeah. And actually, the funny part is you know what? Nowadays, she lives over in Australia. Actually, she moved over
Huh.
there. Still keep up every now and then. Her and the missus still talk.
I was invited there years ago, man. I really thought about it too, but the way the world went, I don't want to even leave the country.
Oh, it was earlier, Billy. The link, like
What's going on, Pat? Did you freeze up again, Rescue? He looks like he isn't moving a muscle. Am I frozen? Are we both frozen? I don't see my C moving at all. I think we got froze. Is it the Carl show or am I frozen too? It's nice up.
there you go. Well, look, bring that up, and it happened again. I don't even know when that shut off.
That's weird. Me neither. It's nice up here, Coyote. It was 62 degrees when I woke up. Nice.
I wonder. Wonder who. Right.
Hmm.
Let's see. Let's see if I can. There you go. I have a tendency of pissing people off. That's why I try to tell people I am that guy. Just so we're clear. Okay, so if I did that.
I'm being distracted.
Stop it.
Oh, that's so crazy. Okay, so. I guess I could try it and see what happens.
My little runaway. Run away.
Can you hear me still, or am I already going again?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. And I guess chat can still hear us.
Yeah,
They did the Who Wrote the Book of Love, so they heard me or they heard you or both of us. So
yeah, it's Pat. Who's pushing buttons? Who redid that song in the 80s? They had this really lame video of like a dinosaur, animated dinosaur or something. It wasn't, who did that? Was that Bon Jovi who did that song over Runaway?
oh yeah, I do believe you're right.
It was one of the lamest MT videos there was. I guess that's saying a lot. It was definitely on the top 10 list.
Okay, so and then
Well, I don't know. Maybe they just don't like you here. You know what I mean? Maybe the platform doesn't like us, Rescue. Because I've been getting a lot of this.
well, I will say sometimes I think that like once you kind of get a smack or something, it takes they like you end up over in this box that you don't really ever come out of. Because I've noticed that
Right.
even with X, when I pissed X off and then they did it, and then I kind of made them retract that, but it's never been the same. I have to go find the feeds that I used to follow just fine. So I think they box your ass up once you kind of get smacked a minute.
Yeah. Because I don't hardly ever see anybody new show up unless they're like directed to this location. You know, only ones I see new are like trolls or something. It just might be that, Mayhem. Might be that. I know Restream don't like me. Louis Cardenas. I don't know. That does not ring a bell.
Is it?
No, something Eric Steel Tree said. It said Camo Carlos, Louis Cardenas. He must be talking about that. I'm not really nude, Snooks. I'm a dude with no shirt on. That used to be a common occurrence. I don't know why that's so mind blowing, even in this world today. Why do people always lose their mind when a guy ain't got a shirt on?
You'll lose your mind. All right, so how bad is that?
Perry McGuire sounds more familiar. I don't know. I just remember some MTV video they played way too much. That's all. I think in the beginning of MTV, they only had like 20 videos to play, so it was like on a constant circle until people made more videos.
Okay, so there's a backup if I need it.
I don't have moves. Are these are not fatty tissue at all. These got muscle in them.
Camo
All right.
has a really hard body. He does.
You see that? You hear her?
His body is tight for sure.
You heard it right.
I mean, he got a really hard body. It's like his legs and stuff are like stone.
Core
Green mean fighting machine.
I'm doing all right for 6 decades on this rock, I think.
On this rock.
Only the coffee crowd these days used to get all kinds of people on these prepper shows. Oh yeah, well I think that some of that's also, to be honest, Savage. I think some of it's because in a way, it's the redundancy. Like there's the talk is kind of the same thing in a way, because I know for me, it was just a way of life around here as far as this prepping type thing. You always need to you never know if the power is going out. You don't know if the flood's going to come up, you're going to get flooded in. So that whole, but I think
Thank you, Eric. I was just about ready to ask you, Eric, to send me that or post it because I want to see that. It's been a long time. And I see you just sent it to me in my email. I got a notice or messages. Appreciate it.
Luis Cardenas. But yeah, you just look at the way that, because I think that's what it is. I think I don't know, maybe it's the some of the stuff like 3 years ago, 4 years ago that was said, just and yet here we are, kind of thing. So I will say some of it's also the thing. If you really want new people, then that's why these people do the portrait mode, because then you get out on the mobile thing and you pick up all kinds of people when you do that.
Oh, yeah, I do see that. That format like Billy uses. I don't like it because you can't see as much of the chat. That's the one thing I don't like about it. And they make it, you got to go through a couple more hoops to even give a thumbs up or to switch it to, live chat and all that. It's like, it makes it more difficult for the chat people on those big screen ones. To me, anyways, especially on the phone.
Well, yeah. And that's, man, it's just like, and then because some of the channels will show videos or they'll have other people up, and man, you end up with like 3 people and it's in portrait mode. All of a sudden, everybody's just like a little dot. And, I don't know. And I guess that's okay if, to each their own. But yeah, I've noticed that a while back because YouTube is trying to compete with TikTok. And TikTok is real popular, but it's because, see, everything in TikTok is in portrait mode. And so that's YouTube is pushing that portrait mode.
Mayhem. Now, just so you know, part of my goal is to be as naked as much as possible. All right. If I'm in a good place in the world, I can be naked and nobody cares. All right. Nobody sees.
He's in the perfect location. All he's got to do is walk in there, pull the door down, and hell, he can strut around inside there just like he came into the world. And
I can swing nunchucks nude and all I want. Nobody knows. But I like being. I don't like clothes. I don't. I seriously don't. That's one of those necessities that if I don't need them, I ain't gonna have them.
I'm kind of partial to my pants nowadays. My legs get so cold. It's like, man, I even told her, I go, how is that, man? It's like 105 degrees outside. And if I go lay down, I'm literally covering up with the sheet and 2 blankets.
So that's where it is. You get over 80 and I'm starting to shed. All right. I don't like this heat. I'd rather be in the cooler weather for sure.
I like it it is today. It's perfect right now. It's been too hot.
I don't mind sweating. It's a good way to purge all the crud out.
Yeah, that's the reason why I liked it. But it after a while it gets a lot because you don't have the break of air conditioning. You have to adjust to the weather. But it's a good thing to do so that if you had to, you'd be ready to do it.
I can always put more clothes on when I'm cold. I can only take so much off when it gets to be 100. And I don't mind.
Feel like 96 at 9:40 in the morning.
Hey, sweating is good for you. I do plenty of it. It's good for you. I'm sure of it. But man, I don't want to sweat while I'm sleeping. I don't want to feel like I'm drinking the air because the humidity is at like 98%. That's the kind of thing I can do without,
Oh my God, that was just too funny. Sorry, Carl. It was the timing of Vance. I looked over at the screen and I read Snooks goes, I'm going topless in my house. Let those puppers breathe. And about that time, Pat Evans says fall is coming. And it was just like, I don't know the connection of the two. Going topless. Fall is coming.
I don't know for understanding.
Timing is grand, man. I see what you're putting together there.
That was just too funny. Okay, so I'm saying just send the damn pics, Carl.
Nope.
I'm just saying, Snooks, it was kind of, I mean, Pat's the one that said fall is coming. I just thought the timing was kind of funny. About the time I read yours, fall is coming popped up. And we had just
For
got
one
through talking
thing,
about Velcro on the backside, or I guess like
no,
his
I
guy
have
says,
to
she
be.
tucks them down into the waistband.
I got a girlfriend now, so I have to be more reserved. I can't be showing myself on the internet as much as I used to. All right, I don't want to upset Pamela in any way. I got to be more modest.
Yeah, so you'll just have to go watch the old footage.
Footage.
That's pretty gnarly right there, Michael. So I don't know if that's coming from experience, but I gotta say, as far as down in Texas wise, yeah, you go getting naked in a beanbag and it's gonna get stuck to your ass.
I'll tell you what, you guys want to talk real shit. When you get up into, my age range, there's something they don't warn you about. You got to be careful, man, because if you ever sit on your own nad, it'll ruin your day.
Oh man, yeah, you pinch them, they always get in the wrong position.
Yeah, you got to position them right, man, or you're going to pay for it.
Oh man, that's been my whole life. But that used to be kind of a crude joke I used to say when I was younger was, because there'd be all the got big balls or something. That's like, shit, my balls have their own set of wheels. I have to carry them because that was just a
ACDC.
In an ever higher class of society, God's gift of ballroom notoriety. I always fill my ballrooms. The event is never small. The social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all.
it's your balancing weight, kickoff. It's to
Some
counterbalance.
balls are held for charity and some for fancy dress, but when they're held for pleasure, they're the balls that I like best. My balls are always
Now everybody
bouncing to
knows
the
not to
left
tune
and
in,
to
Battle.
the right. It's my belief that my big balls should be held every night. Hey.
Just fair warning, Michael's going to be doing his first stream on the 6th of September, apparently pantsless. So you now stand warned.
Oh boy.
I like to show up and give Mayhem a hard time when he does lives. It's fun because you can see the expressions on his face when he reads your comments. That's fun shit.
Oh, you're just there to see him pantsless. Fess up.
That never even entered my mind, dude. I'm just gonna block that out and not even think about it.
Are you sure? It's still there, isn't it?
Absolutely. I got better things to look at.
See, it didn't go away.
Dude, I'm living the
continues.
life. Right? I'm living the life right now. I'm doing good. That's just because I've got the shower right out here with no curtains stuff. We take showers off the side of the truck, and she has to walk around in front of me naked all the time. So I don't need any of that. I don't need any outside stimuli.
I will say we had a blast one time years ago. We had this house and remodeling the bathroom, and while we were remodeling the bathroom, I reran lines outside of the house to the outside and did a little pallet floor and did this little hang around. And it was during the winter time, so it was cold outside, but it was so cool, man. It was almost like some kind of special spa. You'd go out there and man, you'd be like, oh shit. You turn that warm water on and the steam's coming and you're taking a shower and you're all warm. And then when you get out and you go from that back around to the front porch, steam would be coming off of you because you were so warm. It's like the good old days. I don't know. Didn't think they were so good at the time because you're just doing the whole struggle of the parenting, trying to pay bills, working, all the good typical stuff that everybody gripes about. But now I can look back and kind of go, that was kind of a pretty cool time.
I like going out into the rain when it's been steaming hot and it starts raining. You go out there in the rain and it feels like you're freezing. I love that. Like that's refreshing to me. Go out into a cold rain and just let it pour on you.
Oh, Lord. I'm so glad this is on a digital platform, so I don't actually have to put boots on and worry about this shit getting so deep.
Did you see my last meme?
Huh?
Did you see the last meme I posted?
No, not
I'm
the
a-
last meme. I saw
The
the
last
well,
meme on my
is that what you
community
called the
page.
short with the bird?
No, this is I found this picture on the internet a few days ago, and it was exactly what I needed. Wouldn't have it any other way, Mayhem. Really wouldn't. I like being different. I don't want to be like no one else.
I think Michael's his weaves he had put in are just too tight on his skull, and it is just got the circulation screwed up. Now he's Mr. October or some shit, I guess. Now all of a sudden it's like everybody's gonna get jealous, and women are just gonna get too hot.
Well, and kiss off that right there begs one of the biggest mysteries in the world to me is how come when a girl gets cold, her nipples get bigger, but when a guy gets cold, his penis shrinks.
Well, but when you think about it, when a guy gets cold, his nipples get hard too.
I was trying not to think about that.
So, as far as anatomy wise, they're the same. And who knows what happens down there because their shit's already inside. So, you don't know if it tucked in any farther or not.
You didn't answer anything, man. Still a mystery.
It's still a mystery. It's the reaction. Since everything's cold, gotta hype myself up somehow.
It was nice last night. It was nice temperature, and here I am laying out, no blanket or whatever, and there's Pamela next to me, curled up like a little green cocoon, as much blanket she can get.
Oh, there you go. Well, then,
She
Michael,
looks at me
if
and
you're trying to
says,
hype
"Aren't you
yourself up,
cold?"
you need to do Chippendale's Battlefield production, and then there you go. You're hyping yourself up.
Why did they call it Chip and Dale?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's because so many soccer moms had it in for the Chipmunks.
Yeah.
So all of a
There's a
sudden it became
connection.
Chippendales for the male guys up there. And it's like, well, I don't know. But yeah, somehow.
Thank God it's got nothing to do with nuts.
And see, look, that'd be a catchy little name. You could be the Chippendales Battlefield Production. And then people would be going, wait a minute, Chippendales Battlefield Production. So what is that? Is that the dancer? And next thing you know, you end up with all these subscribers. And then you might lose some after they realize, but hey, some people don't ever go back to unsubscribe. So.
I think he could probably even tweak his microphone to sound like them chipmunks, couldn't he?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, there you go. Rabbit says it's from a British furniture style. Never would have thought that. Doesn't surprise me, but it just wouldn't have thought that.
I don't see the I don't see how they're the same.
Well, I guess because when you look at some English names over there and the way that would be, like if you kind of took the mental image when you hear Chippendale as the male stripper place, but you just looked at that as some kind of like a Macy's thing, then you could see where that name might fit in some kind of old English style,
I have never, as Alice Cooper said, I've never been sold before. I did it all for the cookies.
See, that's what I'm figuring, Michael. I'm figuring that so many moms just, because they're raising their kids, and then you want to get the moms to come in on the lunchtime while the kids are at school, then you have it as Chippendale.
Oh, wow. That's right. It was the Rescue Rangers. Now I'm seeing a connection.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I said the chipmunk dudes, because it was Chip and Dale.
And the Rescue Rangers.
That was a cartoon or something.
Yeah, I'm almost digging a theme song out of my head there. There is a theme song for that. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, but I'm not even going to attempt to play it because they do not like theme songs to shows. I learned that. Rabbit says because the style of the furniture was associated with wealth and comfort. Well, I think I like the chipmunk version better. It's got more pizzazz. I'm just picking Rabbit. I don't doubt that's probably true.
I'm just glad there weren't no cameras in everybody's pocket when I was growing up. You know what I mean? We are lucky. Our generation is lucky that there was not cameras and recording devices in everybody's hand.
See, look, Michael's got it. There you go. So when soccer moms were asked by their husbands what they were doing all day, they could say they were watching Chippendales. They were watching their Rescue Rangers. And don't mind that ATM withdrawal. I had to get some shoes. Meanwhile, you got creased up ones sticking in waistbands, jock straps.
That's right, Coyote. No evidence.
Yep. What's that for? There you go. No, I don't care, dude. It's only 9:54. I don't care. You can go lay in the sun in a little bit. We'll be going out, but not right now. Pretty come giving me the sad eye because he wants to lay out in the sun. It usually happens about 10 to 10:30. That's when that sun crests just right, so now it hits the front porch. See, dogs pay attention.
I got visited by the most polite boxers anybody's ever known yesterday. A buddy of mine's got a couple of boxers, female and male, and they love me and I love them. And he brought them down here to the shop, and they're such good dogs. They weren't on no leash or nothing like that, but they are not gonna leave. All right, they were like they're so used to being at home that they're sticking by his side or my side the whole time we walked around the property here. They got no interest in what's beyond the horizon. They're more worried about what we're gonna do. So They just stick right there. Really good dogs.
Gotta keep an eye on the humans. They might need us.
I think it was more like they might need us because, like, the male, he's a big guy. All right, he's really big for a boxer, and the train goes by, and he's looking at it like it's some kind of alien craft. All right, that he's
freaked.
You can see all the shit processing in his brain when that train goes by. Like, I'm ready to bolt, man. I'm ready to go the other way just in case.
Dang.
No, I can't really remember that, ma'am.
Yeah, I can't get the rhythm to it in my head. It's been a minute.
Well, he's got it. He's quite a bit younger than us. That would have been probably closer to his age range than ours.
Well, that was probably what he watched as a kid.
Right.
I watched it
When
while
I
the
was
kids were growing up.
Oh, I'll give you a hint to my age, all right? The most important TV shows to me when I was young was like Speed Racer and Batman.
There you go. Go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go.
See, now you just aged yourself. I
Oh
mean,
shit, dude! I
clearly.
grew up on Rat Patrol, Baba Black Sheep, uh,
Yeah. Me
Death
and
Valley
Pamela are
Days.
watching.
Hell, I used
I
to watch
found,
the old Ranger with Death Valley Days and be just like, "Oh man, look, that's the old Ranger." And then
dude,
tell
me
you
and
a story
Pamela,
about some town out west.
me and Pamela are rewatching The $6 Million Man. All 5 seasons. I found them for free online, and
Oh yeah,
we're we're on
Pluto.
season 3, episode 9. I'm waiting for shit to really pop off crazy, like the Bigfoot episode and all that when it got really weird.
There you go. Pluto TV, man. If you do Pluto TV, it's free online. They ain't got to sign up. You ain't got to do shit. Just pick which channel you want to watch. They even show movies too, so you can see
Well,
some of the old movies.
yeah, we didn't. I missed some of those episodes. All right,
Now,
when I
I
was a
will
kid.
say, fair warning. There's some retarded commercials that don't fit in with the channel you're watching. Like me personally, I'm watching Death Valley Days from like the 50s and shit, and somehow some chick gets up on here talking about her tampons. But
No, what I watch for free online doesn't have commercials.
well, see, this is Pluto. I do it on the tablet or my phone. Like sometimes I lay on the bed for a little bit and I'll just lay my phone up there and play the westerns on it because I don't have to watch them. Hell, most of them, I hear just how what episode it is, and I can already start envisioning what's happening.
You know what the most entertaining part is for me is seeing all the actors. Last night we watched an episode with Dick Buttkiss on it. Remember Dick Buttkiss?
Yep.
Who the fuck named him Dick Buttkiss? Anyways, and then we saw an episode with Sonny Bono was in it. Then there was the Rifleman was in an episode. Chuck Connors was in one of the
There you
episodes.
go.
It's all these. I mean, Carl Withers was in that
Well,
episode
that was
with.
that Hollywood. That was that crowd. See, and it's like when the westerns, dude. If you actually go watch the old westerns, you see all these people that you saw all the way from Partridge Family to all these others. You'll see them start their like they were some kid in the town that ran up going, "Here, Marshall Dillon," and you kind of look at that, you can go, "Oh shit, you were the kid. You became this actor later on." Almost so many of
Yeah,
them got their start in the old westerns.
yeah, exactly. If they survived, a lot of
Yeah,
them are dead.
yeah. Nowadays, our time's coming to an end. That's just the nature of the evolving. That's why I kind of hope more people as they're going to fixing to start experiencing, idols, icons, people they had grew up knowing, and as these people are passing off, hopefully people then realize that, man, if we don't start setting and walking a different path and teaching the next generation how to handle things a little different, it's headed down a dark path.
In Savage, I remember seeing Kurt Russell as a young kid in Disney movies or something back in the '70s. He
Oh,
used to.
dude, he would be on the Rifleman. He would be um oh shit, Mark's friend.
Yeah.
Like he would be some kid that would come in on the stage with some family, and yeah, the Baldwin's the same way.
I watched Rat Patrol, Combat, all of those, but I also loved like McHale's Navy and
Yeah,
Hogan's Hero. I like the comedic ones as well as the realistic ones. And I liked, Martin and Lewis, Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis movies, and Abbott and Costello, and all of those. I love the shit out of Matt Helm. You remember the Matt Helm series with Dean Martin?
yeah,
Well, that was good stuff to me.
I'm with you, Pat. Pat says I used to think 65 was old. Now I'm 68.
I
I,
like to say, I like to say, Pat, that I'm 6 decades young. I like the sound of that. 6 decades young.
Oh well, yeah. Nowadays, I just look at it as I'm just halfway there. But then I have faith in a creator that has this book that says kind of that we're good for $1.20. So I figure it's what I do to my body is what's might limit that. So he's giving me a blessing. So
Those I watched this was a while ago, probably a year ago. I watched an episode of Mr. Ed, and it had a young Clint Eastwood in it. Those are that's
oh,
fun
that's
shit.
um oh shit, oh shit. Damn it! I watched that show too because he's on the wagon trails. Um, he's on a wagon train. He's actually the ramrod. Sometimes he ends up. Damn. Death Valley Days, Gunsmoke, Tombstone. I tell you what, here I know what I can do. All I got to do is sit here and open up the tablet and start
Or
Pluto.
you wait, or you wait for Chad to tell you because they're pretty slick too.
What's up, Oops?
You see the comments a few seconds before I do.
Rawhide. Thank you, Oops. Rawhide.
What's
There we
up,
go.
Oops? Good to see you, Oopsie. It's like you saw Oops's comments several seconds before they showed up for me.
Just as my thing was pulling up and showing it too, and I looked up just in time of the way.
Rawhide.
Yep. I do the Wild Wild West. That was always cool. Now it's kind of weird to watch the Wild Wild West ones because that's where kind of like you see with the modern one where Homeboy's got the octopus thing, and there's the Will Smith. Well, the old version's just kind of as corny. So you see some stuff nowadays and you go, man, and to think as a kid, we thought that was the coolest shit ever. Hell, dude, you can watch some of the old Westerns and you realize now as you're watching it and you're like, holy shit, that was a freaking painted town. The whole little side of that road was just a painted canvas thing because you get to looking at it going, yeah, that's just painted. It's just the weird shit. And yeah, but
you remember Robert Conrad's advertisement run in the 70s? You remember what he used to advertise on TV commercials all the time?
Nah, not right off.
He used to put the ever-ready battery on his shoulder and said, I dare you to knock it off.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
that?
Yeah. That was the Pappy Boeington days and shit. Squared away. He was buff. That was my most favorite show of all, dude. I would love that whole series. You can't hardly find that series no more.
No, but we watched it. I can find it. I can show you. I'll show you offline how to find anything you want.
Yeah, I'm real cautious about some of that, though. I don't want to.
No download, none of that crap. It's streaming, it's free, and it's from other countries, so you can't be touched.
Yes, Savage. Have gun will travel.
Oh, yeah.
Paladin's badass. I love Paladin. It's actually funny because sometimes I've noticed now when they do the reruns, sometimes when he does his little, they got that waist shot, and the intros always was he would churn and he'd draw his gun, and then when he pointed it towards the screen, there'd be like some little pitch line of what's going to be in the show later. And I've noticed here lately, man, sometimes episodes you get no audio. You get him pointing it and it's like then there's nothing, but then the episode starts and it's like, oh, okay.
Well, in that episode I just watched of the $6 Million Man, Chuck Connors was in prison, all right, and he was a safe cracker, and Steve Austin had to go and get him out of prison because a guy had kidnapped the Liberty Bell and put it in a truck with a time bomb on it, and he had to get Chuck Connors played the prison convict that was out to help and turned good by the end of the episode and saved the Liberty Bell and everything. Him and the $6 Million Man saved the day.
Dude, look at the A-Team. I mean, all the things that they saved the day from.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll watch that.
But see, it was a different vibe, man. And for one, too, and we talk about the shows, and you could probably, if this was what you were raised with, then you would think that, well, yeah, see, they were watching all that. But you know how it was. It wasn't you didn't watch like one thing after another after another. You would catch. There was a time for in a day for this show to come on. There'd be a time
That's
in a
why
day
I'm
for this
rewatching.
show, and so you
That's
had
why
a
I'm
life. You
rewatching
just
this
kind of
shit, dude.
watch these.
Well, listen, this is why I'm rewatching the $6 Million Man because I didn't get to see them all. All right, I missed a lot of those fucking episodes, and if you missed it, it was prime time shit back in like 73, 74, something
Oh
like that.
yeah,
But if you missed an episode, you just missed an episode. There was no replay. There was no Moxie. There was no VCR recorder. There was no, on a different channel, a different day. It was no. You missed it. You missed it. For
that's it.
years, you might not see that episode. All right. So I'm trying to see which ones I missed.
Well,
I
that's
know
how
I
they
missed
glued
them.
the moms in back in the day, because then they started the soap operas, and then that just kind of started to, that became the thing. And then kids would even laugh about, man, y'all are just so into that. But now we all look back at the shows that we grew up catching bits of, and we love them. And yeah, I love Big Valley too. But Nanza Hoss was always my favorite. I could always relate to Hoss.
Right. A 10-gallon hat.
Those were, and see, most of all that, and that's why I don't think that it's always been corrupted, because when you look at the messaging and the stories behind a lot of those shows, there was always a positive intent. It's like you might watch this go down, but in the process, that kid got taught to tell the truth, to stand up for what's right, or, and the good guy always won. So there was always this positive thing. And then nowadays, it's
I see
trash.
you creeping right back to that moral issue. I see you creeping right back to that. I've heard you talk about it before.
Oh yeah, morals, man. That's the foundation. I mean, I get it. Not everybody might believe in God. Everybody's feel free to choose your own path and all that good shit. But the country, there's something to be said about being founded off of Christian values, and we had a moral compass, and we had a common agreement on right and wrong, and that slowly has been polluted. Yes, Flipper was badass. And what
Yeah,
was
I
the
was
one
gonna
with the
say
submarine? I
Lassie
forget the
and
one show that had the submarine that would travel underneath. Not
That's
20,000 Leagues Under
20,000.
the Sea, but there was the
Yeah,
Sequest. That's it, Sequest.
yeah,
That was a good
yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna look that one up. I watched that. The Flying Sub.
one.
It
Yep.
had the model as a little flying sub.
Dude, that was so cool. And it'd be like, oh man, that'd be awesome. Look at that. And then hell, now we're sitting around as grown adults and we're freaking out because there's drone ships underneath the water that are exploring shit. We're like, yeah, look what they're going to do to us. And it's like, I don't know, when we were a kid, we thought that was cool as shit.
Well, actually, I was just talking about this. The first drone I remember is the one off the Mark V. It had the little bird that was a drone. You could fly it ahead of them and videotape what's ahead and stuff. Remember that?
Yeah. The train.
Take me on out.
Man, I'm at 4 hours and 10 minutes. All right, we're going for at least another 10 because we'll have to hit the 420 mark just because I don't know. It's my birthday type of date. So
Do what you want to do. Or as you would say, you do you, boo.
that's it. You do you, boo. You ain't got no trains, kiss off. Well, I'm. You know what? Scratch that. I did not say that. Didn't even comment on that. I did not pay attention to who I was talking to, because that particular comment can go any direction whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I realized that as it came out of my mouth, going, damn, wrong person. This can go south quick. But hey, y'all got to admit, Kiss Off's getting better, though, isn't she?
Better at what?
She's not as harsh as she used to be, is she?
I don't know. Try rubbing her fur the wrong way.
No, see, now that's provoking. That's different. Then you're going to stir it up. We don't want to do that. It's kind of like you don't open the crock pot while you're pressure canning. That's just you let the job get over with.
That's good advice. I don't know. Actually, I think kiss off's a good one to have in your corner when somebody's being an asswipe. You know,
And that's my big sister there. Yep. I just think
because she
she's
doesn't tell much thanks. That's the thing. You know, that's what I actually appreciate that a lot about people that say what's on their mind.
say what you mean and mean what you say.
You know,
It's good rules to live by. That's how we produce more men and women again. We teach that. Stop all this weird shit talk about always and never and forever. And it's like, oh my God, whatever.
I try not to talk in absolutes. I really do. Because nothing's that fucking simple. There's nothing in this life I find simple enough to be able to talk in absolutes.
Right, Savagely? See, he recognized she's been doing good. She hadn't been kicked or banned or nothing in over a week.
I've never had to kick her or ban her or nothing.
Well, I used to time her out, but then I stopped because I realized that she actually liked it, so it was not serving any purpose whatsoever. Hey, Greta. Morning.
Howdy, Greta.
She used to do it just to provoke me. She's a provoker. She's the instigator.
This is really weird, man. The generator is running like an extra 2 fucking hours on the same amount of gas than normal. Why?
Well, yeah, but have you had the same amount of load on it, though?
Not really. You do have a point there. I'm not really using as much, but still, it's running. Feel like I'm running on free. You know.
Look at there. Greta said she was lurking on your live the other day. Thanks for the company. I know it's cool to see him go live.
Who said that? What?
Greta.
Oh, thank you. Lurkers matter. I lurk sometimes too, especially if I'm at work or something and I can't say hello to everybody. I just might as well not even. I just listen, you know. And I do that sometimes with you, Rescue. I can put I got Velcro on the back of my phone. I can stick it to the side of my sewing machine, put my earplugs in, and listen, and still sew, and it doesn't interrupt what I'm doing, you know. But I can't talk in the chat when I'm doing that unless I'm on a break, you know.
Right. Well, that's what I do with some of the channels. I listen to them. I have the speaker going out there, but I'm doing stuff. I can hear whatever's they're saying. Sometimes I have to go on, damn, I wish you could almost have like an audio of the chat. Like if you put it on a screen, it would give you an audio reading of the chat as it went by. But then I got to thinking, man, I don't know, you'd have to slow your shit down or that shit would all just be bleeding. You wouldn't be able to keep up.
When you're doing a live stream and you're hosting it and you're trying to talk to the chat and stuff, one of the worst mistakes you can make is read a comment, like when you're trying to talk, because you'll get totally sidetracked and forget even what the hell you were talking about a minute ago. I've
Half
done that
of
to
what
myself.
you say comes out as the comment in the chat.
Right.
Yeah, there was a time, and then I was having to work on it harder. Wait, what? And then you look up, and it's like, oh, wait, I'll work on it harder. Never mind. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant was when I do, it's like, yep, I've done that. I was sleeping and heard rescue fire up, and I'm thinking, that ain't no damn angel there. I wasn't dreaming. No, judgment's coming.
Greg Allman.
The Reaper at the end of your bed with the Sith looking at you going, that's it. It's time to pony up now.
I haven't heard that song in a while. I'm No Angel, Greg Allman. Remember that one?
Oh, there's so many cool songs that I'd love to play because I enjoyed listening to them. But over the years, I've just with like me and Monty sitting up here at night playing. There's some songs. It's like pretty much any AC/DC song, any Ozzy song, Journey songs, all those pretty much. If you take classic rock bands, they've reached in there and got kind of like the top layer of them, and they're just so butt sensitive over them. And it's like, you would think that you would kind of want to be like brought up to the current time frame. So you would think that bands like a Motley Crue or Rat or Judas Priest or Motorhead, all these kind of bands.
Yeah.
You would think that, hey, you know what? No, we think it's cool. Hey, y'all play it. Y'all are more than welcome to bring our music back to life. But oh, no. They want to just get all butthurt over money. And so you want to just die off into the ashes because you want to bitch about every time somebody playing your song.
Well said, man. Well said. It doesn't make sense to me at all either. One time, speaking of Monty, years ago, he messaged me and said, "Carl, I got a channel. I want to I just want to burn this channel. Let's get rid of it." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Let's do a show and just do what the fuck we want. If they burn the channel, it's no big deal." So we started playing music, and for like 8 hours or something straight, we just sat there and thought of songs and played them. And he got 57 strikes on that live stream. In one 8-hour stretch, they gave him 57 strikes.
Oh, yeah, I believe it. Hell, me and him, there were nights that we would sit up there and I would literally, he would actually be playing Watchdog because I would go start a song. And that's where we just saw, and man, it's so weird because Children of the Sun by Billy Thorpe. Dude, I don't understand because, it's not really fair because those sound effects all at the beginning are just like, they're just sound effects kind of thing. And yet, oh, no, buddy, you can't even get started with that song. When those sound effects start, it shuts it down, stream unavailable. And it was like, oh, but yeah, that was me and Monty, dude. At night, we would sit up and I'd play a song and he'd go, nope. And I'd go, oh, shit, I have to cut it off. And he'd be typing in chat going, just give it a minute. And I'd come back on and be like, damn. And hell, one night I think we sat there and did it on purpose, and it would literally be go down, come up, go down, come up, go down, come up, go down, come up.
And that was a one-hit wonder, man. You'd think that guy would want that song to be played as much as flipping possible.
Dude, it's like all your older country songs like Marty Robbins, Alamo, and shit like that. For some reason, YouTube has a hard-on for Russia, and they're not allowed to listen to any of the old country stuff. That and the old classic rock. No classic rock, you're automatically banned out of Russia. Old country song, banned out of Russia. I mean, I get copyright strikes on everything I do, even if I don't play music, just because of the song I play in the beginning. But I don't care. I'm not monetized. I don't give a shit. But I find it so funny that they shut you down. And it's like, well, how come I've got like, I don't know, I'm up to what, 700 lives I've done, I think, at this point. And I got it. I get it. Copyright. Yep. Okay. No. But then there's those weird ones. It's like, no, we won't even allow you to play it, much less a copyright violation. Shut that shit down now. And it's like, what?
You better hold up your coffee cup, man.
Oh, well, yeah. That was crazy. But it's just to think about it. So I can play you, I don't know. What is it? Dusty. Who is it? Dusty, somebody that does the Son of a Preacher Man. So there you go. We can sit here and listen to Son of a Preacher Man. I'll shut the stream down. Here comes the little notice. Copyright. Bink. Okay, cool. I turn around and play Children of the Sun. Oh, no. We're shutting this shit down like you're not allowed to do that. And I don't understand why anal over the music? Like, it's like, so this song, no. Like, we're not even allowing this to be heard. AC/DC. Oh, no. Ozzy Osbourne just died. Hey, wow, let's do a little tribute. Nope. Shut that shit down. But I turn around and play you another artist, and it's like, yeah, it's okay. You can listen to it. Now, you're getting a copyright, so you can't make no money off of it. It's like, who the hell determines this stupid shit? And then actually somebody told me it's most of these, I forgot the name of the group, but it's basically like label watchdogs. So it's like a monitoring thing for these labels. And so these labels, they say that they want this artist watched, and that artist automatically gets flagged. and
I'm,
some
I'm
artists.
I'm also a firm believer that there are people that visit in your chat that may even act like your buddy, but they report you. And I've seen that over the years where I'm convinced that certain people just like to report people over nothing.
Oh, that's probably what happened with the stream with the coffee cup. It probably wasn't the coffee cup. It was probably somebody reported that I had a firearm, and they just the algorithm saw a live stream report of a firearm, took it down, and then when I brought it up, they looked back going, "Well, that was kind of stupid because there was no firearm." But
Well, I hope it ruins their credibility eventually because,
I will say, and I thought about reaching out to kind of ask the liaison that you get with YouTube when this creator thing and stuff, and to kind of ask, it's like, how did that get detected? Because nothing about anything I was saying or doing had to do with that. So was that a report? And if it was, when you see that it's bogus, is there anything like, is that account held accountable?
I don't know. Actually, at one point, let's say 4 or 5 years ago, remember the sex bots and all the heavy trolling where they would come in, maybe 50 at a time, would hit a channel and in their chat and just flood it with shit with keywords and links that would get a channel taken down. But back in those days, I felt that if you reported them, it was like giving them a merit badge, man. I felt like this platform supported that behavior because they could have quit that. All right. They could have stopped them from doing that stuff, but they didn't seem too worried about it to me. So
Yeah.
instead of reporting, I just immediately permanently would block. All right, immediately go to that option. Screw removing the post. You can do it all on one button and it's done. All right. And I wouldn't bother to report it because I felt like it did nothing.
Well, a lot of them are bots too. So they're just sent. It's kind of the same thing with the marketing. It's like sometimes people think these posts really get the traction, but they really don't get the traction that you think they do. It's just that you can buy bots. I was watching this one of these Green Beret dudes that I watch, Valhalla firearm trainings. He he was actually calling out this dude, and I don't know who he is, but apparently he's one of these little built up dudes who tries to tell you, that he can help you become successful and a millionaire and all this. And he was actually showing that, and he goes, just so you know where these people stand. And he showed when the guy started, it's like, look, he does this, and he only has 6,000 views, but look, he did this one, and all of a sudden these five right here, all of these have 75,000, 100,000 views. And he said, because you can buy them. And then and I had heard that before from some of these other congressmen and shit about like Twitter, the bots and stuff. So I see it, you know, and you can unleash them, and you figure this is Google. So it's not like Alphabet Company is all like conservative, Republican, Constitution friendly. It's the same people that silenced everybody. They just now have to play a little bit more balanced because it's a different administration. That's why I figure either they were playing with an algorithm that got me just out of the random shit, or else somebody was just, hey, fuck rescue. And that's cool. Do you, boo, man. I don't give a shit. It's like I kind of laughed that day when it happened. Was like, it sucked because hell, okay, well, I'm not getting to visit with everybody, but hell, I was just waiting on little man to get here anyway. So my day was all about little man. I couldn't. If the alert thing hadn't gone off, I wouldn't even have known YouTube said, "Oh, we screwed up."
I don't know. I think people appreciate you going live, and I know they appreciate me going live. If not just to hear from us, to give them a place to go visit, man.
Yep.
Like it's gives all the chat a place to catch up, joke around, maybe share real information, maybe help one another out, whatever. But even if you're not, like, if you're playing music, people are still chatting in your chat. Yeah, some people might leave if you're playing music, but other people are going to remain there and they're going to talk to each other. And it's like, you're not even gone, dude. The show keeps going, even if you're not there.
Pretty much. That's
When I
what
had
made me think
that,
about before in the past about doing, like, if I can end up getting, now that I'm stationary with the chickens, I can end up getting like a chicken cam, and then nothing else. I can just do a channel that's always doing the chicken stream, and it always gives some people to go hang out and chat. So if
yeah,
nobody's live, everybody got, because, and I get it. It's the internet, man. I don't know, and that, hey, y'all are all grown, so you take this, but it's like, I don't know if you are how you really portray to be, but it doesn't make a shit to me, because unless you show me something different, I just run with what you show me. So if you come in and you're like funny and you're respectful and you can kind of act like you hold an intelligent conversation, see, I'm cool. This whole, well, so and so was over here and did this, so and over, I just don't. And that's when I realized this last round was like, wow, man, I started to actually change my persona, because I was kind of getting absorbed and pulled into this digital platform shit, because it's just not who I am in real life. I don't give a shit what my neighbor does, unless my neighbor's shit crosses over into mine and affects my life. Now you can hear my response. I'm sorry, you think I shouldn't have one? Well, then keep your shit out of mine. That's, so I'm a simple kind
don't
of person.
change. Don't change, man. The way I see this is, if you portray yourself as you really are, you will attract the right people. If you go out into the world pretending to be something you're not, you're probably going to attract a bunch of fake ass people. And I'm more interested in real folk. And even though I really don't know everybody and their, how they really are, I can make pretty good guesstimates. Over a lot of you folks, I've seen you for years. And I've got a good memory, so I remember things. So
Oh
if
yeah.
you were an asshole 3 years ago to somebody in the chat, I probably remember that. All
Yeah, but
right.
what I mean, Carl, is like, okay, so check this out. And so, look, when I rattle your name off, I'm not picking on you directly. It's just an example. So don't take this like, okay. So, like, okay, looking at chat right now, have you ever met Oops, Roni, Teresa, or Kiss Off in real life?
None of them I have.
Okay, so you've never met any of them in real life, right? So you've never face to face with them.
Nope.
So, and this isn't a bad thing. So, don't nobody go getting all like butt hurt and getting like, oh my God. Okay, so no Karen moments. But, and here's all I'm pointing out, and this is the digital world. So you take like those four people. So the image that you have of like Kiss Off, Oops, Roni, or Teresa is basically being based off of text that you read, which you're interpreting off of you, because there is no audio to this. So the joke gets determined by your perception, and then
Well, you
that
got to take
paints a
Chris off
picture
out
of
of
the
there too.
character. It paints a
I've seen
picture of the
Chris on it.
character based off of that text. So you end up shaping, and I'm not meaning this like in a specific, like, oh, look, okay, Kiss Off must be this tall, be like that. But
No, I
I'm just
already
saying,
know it. Kiss off.
you get a
But I know
visual of how somebody is based off of the communication you're having with this text. And so,
actually Kiss off fit the. I've seen Kiss off before, and she fit the image I had in my mind about her. And I know a little bit about Teresa. I don't know a lot of details about Oops, but I do know their mannerisms, all right, and the way they treat people and the way they are, all right.
I
But
guess let me rephrase
also,
it. How do you know?
well,
I'll
this is the
rephrase it.
thing.
Maybe then it'll make more of the point of what I'm trying to say. Like, how do you know?
I'm judging them by their fruits, all
What
right,
fruit?
and
Do you live by them? Do you interact with them in real life?
not in real life, but in this format,
In your
I've
perception
seen
of what
them.
you're seeing?
Right. Yes. And this is the other. I haven't got there yet. This is the thing about that. It's that they can't. I don't have to trust them. I don't have to. I don't have to rely on them. I don't have to, because really it is like a. This is a non-committal kind of thing, to where you know they're not going to screw you over or burn you or something because you don't give them the chance. They don't have the chance to do that. They don't know enough. they're not in my world, so they can't really affect it other than in this virtual world. We can be friends and have good times and joke and all this stuff. It's more of a, to me, it's more of like being able to socialize without having to go anywhere. All right. And when I'm done socializing, I can quit, and if you throw out a bunch of positivity in this world, you get it back, and that's like I was talking before. I get more positive out of this community organization, whatever you want to call this, than I do negative. I don't get. I mean, there is some negative shit comes out of this world here on YouTube, but most of it's positivity for me. So it keeps me coming back to it. I mean, really, how can anybody? I don't have to worry about much about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I've met
and I guess
several
it depends on your
YouTubers
level of
and-
interaction with this, because I will say that was a lesson I kind of learned, and that's why I actually felt naive, kind of gullible at first, because I do in life, in real life, I just, man, I kind of go with what I see, what I hear right in front of me, and it's like, there you go. I can shake your hand. I can just not say nothing to you. I don't carry hate around out here, so I don't like look at somebody and go, "Ooh, that son of a bitch right there." I don't. That's not my life out here. But in here, it kind of starts getting introduced to you, because you end up with, for lack of better description, but you get the gossipy kind of shit, and then you do realize that there is. And like I said, I'm not pointing fingers at nobody, and I'm not trying to insult nobody. And so my choice of words is just in a descriptive way. But you just end up with a lot of fakery, because people like out here, what I would call out here, and this is all my experience. So out here, I guess the association I would see out in real life would be, I've met people that see shit that ain't right, but they won't say anything or bring it to light, because I'm not confrontational. And for anybody listening and not looking, I did air quotes. So it was, I'm not confrontational. And it'd be like, well, I kind of get that. I mean, I'm not about shit, but I'm sorry if that dude is being just like ugly as shit to his kid, and you say something. I'm sorry if this guy's being disrespectful. What is so hard about looking at him going, dude, is there a reason you need to be disrespectful? And then open the door for the lady anyway. I'm a general average person. I don't try to judge people off of little things. I've been judged, but over here you come onto this, and this becomes so just, it's such an illusion in a way, because you literally, the topics find the emotion, it drives that part, which then shapes the interaction. And it has a way of, just to me, I had to readjust it for it to become an okay place. But then this isn't my norm. I wasn't a Facebook person. I wasn't an Instagram person. I'm not a TikTok kind of person. I'm not a social. I beta tested most of this shit in the beginning days.
Butterfly.
I saw where it was going, and I knew then that I didn't want anything to do with it. And that's what I told the missus, going, "Oh, this is just going to get crazy, man." Hell, the first time the video chat and we were beta testing it, and I had to moderate some rooms, and I saw where that went, and it was like, "Oh yeah, dude, this is like Hustler on steroids." So this. I said, I don't want nothing to do with it. So I didn't participate. The only reason I even have Facebook is because when I had a computer shop, customers would come in about all the little Java games on Facebook that would hang up. So it's like, okay, I got to know what you're talking about. So I got on Facebook. I had no intention. So this was all, and I've said it. People just, I think that I make that story up sometimes, but this was all new, man. It was literally, everybody started rioting. I started seeing some shit that popped up in my musical feed all of a sudden, and it was like, what? It was like, holy shit, yeah, this is crazy. Met Indy, end up over here, then end up on Dangerous's, and then all of a sudden end up with Zach and Jeremy, and then they're like, you want to go live? And then I went live, and next thing I know, I'm doing 12, 14, 16 hours. And don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking none of those days, because everything you do, good, bad, or ugly, always gets you where you are, and it makes you who you are. So that was a moment.
I don't even understand it, man.
Audience and people to talk to. So, I mean, it was beneficial at the time, but it also had its effect. You always got to read that.
That's the time that I met you folks.
Do what?
Listen, when I first met all you folks like 5 years ago, my life fucking sucked. All right, I was going through some shit. I didn't tell nobody about it,
Yep,
but I
that's what I
found
was
this
just saying.
community that was like, "Hey, Carl, they were real welcoming. I ended up going on 101 and Dangerous Freedoms panel, and they made me feel fucking welcome. And this community made me feel like I had some friends where I didn't really have any friends in real life at the time. All right." And since then, the part that I don't fucking understand, what you just were saying, is I have never been no social butterfly. I never opened up this much in my whole fucking life. All right, I didn't talk to people like this. I didn't share all this fucking information with people. I kept to myself for decades. All right, and then here you guys come rolling around, and I get into this, and the next thing you know, I'm sharing information and getting information, and I kind of got stuck on this, man. I kind of got hooked. You know what I'm saying? It's weird to me though. What you just explained, I can feel because I don't know why I'm so open. I got no trepidations about saying anything or doing anything on here. Obviously, you think I'm shy. I'm not. It's just that I preferred not to talk to people until the last 5 years.
I've always shared my story throughout the years as going through rehab and different stuff. I was a counselor for a little while, so I've actually even spoken like what used to be the old Astro Hall when the Astrodome was around. So I've done things. It had a different purpose. There was like a point. I mean, I've done meetings and held, different type things. That was just a different this with the social, the digital, because that's why I kind of came in probably naive, like I was, because I'm just. It's kind of like I told somebody when we were talking about it. I said, I came from a world where I judged somebody by what they put in front of me. And so I try to assume the best of people, unless I'm seeing something that tells me different. I Everybody's just doing their thing. Everybody's just trying to hit a lick and get ahead. That's the way I kind of viewed life. And so coming on here, listening to everybody, and you're kind of going, oh, cool. But you do hit these waves, and it is just what it is. And it was a wake up call. I ain't like knocking really anything. I mean, I'm not there no more. So to talk about it, it sounds one way when really for me, it's in a different, life for me is at a whole different level nowadays. I really come on because there are a few of you. There's probably maybe a dozen people that actually are interested in kind of what's going on, and you're curious, and I like talking with everybody. And then the people that come in and hang out, I enjoy the conversations. I'm just
Oops, that don't make no sense because I've been
not
smoking this shit for like 52 years. I've been
onto
smoking
the
weed.
drama and shit for they come in with all these channels.
Can't be the weed, oops, because I've been doing that way longer than 5 years.
It's the grass. They're on the weeds.
That's what I was too, Savage. I spent 25 years up in the woods by myself almost all the time. And, I miss that life sometimes.
See, I actually I guess I lived in both because you kind of go into these larger environments and it's kind of you're doing the thing and shit, and then you kind of come out. But where my home was, I've always been just a homebody. I'm I was the kind of when I met her, I was the guy. I go to work. I got off work. I used to grab me some beer. I'd go fishing. Come dark, eat supper, take a shower, maybe watch a little TV or something, maybe just read, and then go to sleep. And tomorrow go to work, and that was just life. And I was okay with it. And some people are like, that's so boring. But see, I mean, I guess it just depends on what you're wanting out of it. I had done in a general, I don't know, corny kind of way of putting it. I'd just been there and done that, man. I'd done seen and ran, gone, and I was just happy I was still around to experience. So, and then when the kids came, man, you just kind of get that I don't know. I can't emphasize that enough. That was such a life-changing event for me because you are now, God just basically said, here, you're responsible for a human life. And it was like, it's always different when it's somebody else's. It's kind of like the mechanic. Mechanic will make your car run just like butter, where theirs makes all kinds of weird ass noises. Or the carpenter who makes your house look like a damn Taj Mahal, and their shit has leaks in the kitchen. They got pots catching the leaks. I mean, it's
It's
just,
just like upholsterers. Upholsterers have the worst furniture.
yeah, because it's just, you always give out more. Well, I'd always done, and all of a sudden here's this, and it was like, oh man, and I'm responsible. And then and I got to say, and you learn as you go, because now I look back and realize so many actions, man. No wonder my son will throw down on somebody quick. He watched his dad kind of react that way. So I kind of taught that behavior. That's another reason why I've kind of gotten to where I talk about leading by different examples. And we got to walk a different talk if we're wanting something out to come out the other end different. Because it's just everything grown up adult people are doing is an example. It's either an example for a younger person or it's validation for somebody that's already doing that. So all
Man,
that
it's amazing how many places we can go in these discussions.
huh?
I said, it's amazing how many different places we can go in these conversations.
Yep. Yeah. Life's a funny ride. All that.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah, stuff.
I honestly did not expect to live past 21. All right. I lived a different way and I lived really fast. All right. And I've been through enough to where I'm surprised I'm still here. So
Right.
it's like every day to me is like a bonus run. I'm glad to be here. I'm in a different state of mind than I was when I was younger. I got a different way of seeing things.
Wild Dragon. What's up, man?
Fire in the hole, 420.
Welcome, Rubberneck. That's a new name. Oh, what's this?
I've seen Rubberneck around. I've seen Rubberneck around other places.
Uh-huh. Well, welcome to the Clucking Alamo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Been on Camo's channel. There you go. Yeah, old Carl's a good guy.
Don't let that get out, man.
I think you did that to yourself.
Yeah, man.
And I might have met you before, Rubberneck, in a chat or something, so sorry if I don't remember.
It is a challenge to keep track of thousands of people. Have you ever imagined like writing everyone's handle down that on YouTube? Like start with A, all the people that start with A, there would be thousands. Just because I've got a little over 1,000 subs, but I know well more than 1,000 people on YouTube by their handles. Actually, I started YouTube a long time ago, 2000 something. This channel that I'm on now is only 4 or 5 years old, but before that, I was a different handle, and I never socialized, I never interact. I just basically, I could see the old channel, I still have it, I just never use it. Apparently, all I did with it was rock and roll and UFO videos because I could see on that I liked on a whole lot of that back in the day, but I don't know. I don't even know where I was going with that. But there's a whole lot of people that know who we are, and we know a whole lot of people. That's a pretty sizable group if we were able to literally write it down. What's going on, Garrett?
You want to know what's really weird? Are you ready for this? I'm gonna drop one of them shoes for you. There's thousands more people that know you than you know them.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. That's what I mean. I'm not really shy about any of this. I don't know what
That's
that
the one
is.
thing about being the content creator. When you're the dude on the camera, then 8 billion people get to know you, and you only know who you know.
Well, people like Cola. Even Bonnie used to get weirded out when there was like more than 30 people in her chat in the beginning, and Cola did not like having a lot of people there. It was making her nervous. But what I don't understand about myself is like I would not stand up in front of a class. I would not stand up in front of nobody. I wasn't gonna do anything like that in my younger years. And I remember the first time I did stand up in front of a whole bunch of people and say something. And it was at a funeral and nobody else stood up and said anything, so I had to. And I
Just
got
think, now you get up and stand in front of 8 billion people potentially on the
and
World
that's
Wide
I
Web.
don't know. And it doesn't bother me at all. I don't care how many people's here. That's what's weird to me is why it
That's
doesn't
because you don't
bother
have
me.
to. You don't actually have to interact with 8 billion people. You don't know who all sees. So sometimes that's
No,
one
but
of
I'm
those things that
aware.
falls
I'm
under
aware that
the
there's a
least
lot of
you know, the
people.
better you're off. You are.
Well, no, I'm pretty aware of how many people or that how many could be seeing it or whatever it is. It's just that I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Yep. Well,
People
no, but
who
that's
knew
why I
me
try to
like
be
my
respectful
mom.
whenever I talk too, because you just never know who's listening. That's why I take into account. That's what I said before. God, everybody used to laugh,
Well,
make fun of me years ago, but it's like I don't know, man. I took that in consideration one day. I was like, what if somebody is like cooking something in the kitchen and they kind of got my stuff up on the big TV in the living room and like the grandkids are running around or something. I don't know. Is that really? And it just made me start second guessing things that I say. Sometimes I regret some shit I say because I'm like, man, I don't know.
um,
I don't want to
I just
expose
was
some poor
thinking
kid
about
in the
like
village of
this.
Ethiopia to some ugly ass shit.
Somebody who knew me, like if my mom was still alive, I think it would be just she would not believe I was doing this. There's just no way she would believe that I was doing this because of what I was before this. You know what I mean? This kind of thing probably would blow her mind that I was this open and talking like this to people.
Shit, dude, if my mom was alive, she'd be in here and shit. She'd have her own shit. I guarantee you, she'd have done become her own persona on YouTube. My mom loved talking to people. Hell, when we
No,
first
my
moved up
mom was
here and
quiet.
cleared all this, we used to meet up with everybody. She'd have everybody gather here, and we'd have big old campfire and play all kinds of Pictionary, Yahtzee, all kinds of games because she just loved hanging out. 42, have all tables little set up over here playing 42 out in the woods.
Hmm. My mom was quiet, man, and kind of mean. Right? It wasn't. I don't mean that in a bad way. All right, I'm kind of glad she made me the way I am because it's life ain't fucking easy. All right, and she kind of drilled that into me at a young age, and it wasn't. She's a hard woman. She was a cop. She was a Texan. She had more guns than any gal I've ever known. She, when my dad died when I was 3, she never found nobody else. She raised me on her own and shit. She never had no assistance. She worked. She fucking, she did everything herself. She fucking, she was like a stubborn mule. Right? When it came to like she was gonna do it her way, kind of shit. But even though she was a hard woman, she was also morally the best woman I've known. She never fucked nobody over. She never stole nothing in her life. All right. She never even swore. All right. I made her so mad once she didn't even know how to swear rescue. I don't even remember what I did, but I remember she got so mad and she was standing face to face with me in the kitchen and she said, "Hell," and slapped my face. All right. And it
Hey,
caught me
Jenny.
off guard. I've never heard her swear, and it was like, I couldn't help but kind of snicker, which made her even fucking madder. But it was like, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Oh,
There
I
was like
get
a
you.
cold love. All right. It was cold love. It was hard love. That's what it is. Hard love. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I went through that with my mom. It was called tough love, was the phrase
Tough
I got
love.
told.
There
That's
it
tough
is.
love.
There it is.
Yeah, this is tough love. That's when I'd get put in over here. I got an anger problem, so put me over here. They're gonna fix you. Look, this is for your own good. This is tough love. I love you, but I will say, I
I
mean, I
mean,
look back. My mom did the best she could. I will say that I think they both ended up with who they really love. So I think they both, while they might not have been together, but my dad would, when he married my stepmom, I think that was the angel in his eye. Just like when my mom met my stepdad, I think that was that was her night, and that's they both had decades of happiness. And my mom was a rock star though. My mom was an office manager. She was a construction site superintendent. She was a prison counselor. She was a family counselor. She was supervisors. Yeah, she did all kinds of shit. She could play music. She painted, did crafts. I used to brag about her back. We'll meet Virginia Roots and Milk May we get up here talking, and I think back in the early days, I even showed pictures of my mom. I used to brag about her. She was an awesome lady.
Howdy, Jane. My mom could dance. I tell you what, she could jitterbug and shit.
You
She
angry at the
started.
parents then, but as you grow up, you realize what they were doing and you respect. Oh, well, you know what, Rubberneck? I can say there was a time, and I was young still. I mean, I think probably early 20s and stuff, and I was so pissed off at my dad. It's like, because I went through man, I can't believe you just like left mom and left me and blah 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 and got a new family, and you suck. And one day she told me, she goes, you know what? You say a lot of things about your dad, but your dad did the best job he could with what he knew how to do. And that didn't sink in until I had my son. When I had my son, it all became clear, because it's like, yeah, there's no book on this, man. And once you're here, it's like you're living this life, and so you're doing this, and now here's a life. And he just, things come up, and you
Well,
deal with what comes as it comes, and so
years
my mom
and
and dad were also
years.
best friends for their whole life. My step parents, hell, all four of them were friends. Hell, my stepmom gave my mom a china cabinet. I mean,
Right
just
on.
they got along. I didn't grow up with all the hatred divorce. When my parents got divorced, it was almost like a running joke in a way, because she told my dad, well, if you're gonna go, then you better take what you want, because we're done. And she meant it. And over the years, this was part of the joke part, is because I would take things at Christmas. She would give me shit to go take to him, and it would be some of his stuff from around the house. Like some years it might be the Jim Reeves album collection. Some years it would be some tools that were out there, and I would just slowly take these boxes over the years, and he would just laugh.
Dude, I've seen that exact same thing play out in a divorce situation. I saw that play out in somebody else's family, where the kids would bring him his stuff, little pieces of it at a time.
Hey, she told him, she used to tell him for the first few years, going, I told you, you better take what you wanted. Hell, one year I even took him I took a shovel, a hoe, and a grubbing hoe. And I was fixing to be going over for the weekend. She goes, oh, well, here, take your dad these tools. And so those got put in the truck, and I took those. It was just, I look back now and I really can laugh, because you can kind of really see the humor in things once you kind of get grown and get through all the bullshit. But
Well, it was many, many years later. You heard the stories about me as a juvenile, and imagine my mom being a cop and the embarrassment that she suffered because of the way I was as a kid. But years and years, it took years for me to realize that I was only really seeing my side of shit. So decades later, and I mean, I hardly ever talked to my mom. We were very distant from my childhood up into later in life, because I rarely would see her. I would go over a year without talking to my mom. We were never that close anyways. All right, it wasn't like we always sat down at the dinner table and had dinner together or nothing. It was always she was working and I was always left home alone or whatever it was. But years later, I apologized to her. And I said, something like, I'm sorry for the way things went. And she said she was sorry to me. All right. And that was a whole different territory, right? Because she had never done that. And we made amends, all right? Like it's hard to explain, but
Oh no, that's
in
I
that
same thing with
moment,
my mom.
well, from
You
that
get
moment
older and
on,
you see
it was
things.
different.
What's up,
I
Tuck?
had a better relationship with my mother in my older years than I did when I was a kid. All right, by far. I'm glad it went down the way it did, and you know I took care of her. She got up there in the years, you know, and she had several strokes, and I was the caregiver for like 6 or almost 7 years. All right, I took care of her after the strokes, and again, she was a stubborn woman. You know, she didn't want to give up driving. She didn't want to give up doing shit on her own. So she was kind of a pain in the ass. But I'm glad I was there, and I'm glad I finally developed a relationship with my mom. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, see, I had kind of the same, some of the same thing with my mom because we had a rough start at the beginning because when they first separated, she was on her own. That was new. I gave her a big headache. I was kind of a handful, and she took down to drinking and stuff. So she kind of had her dark path. That's why she became a counselor because when she got sober, we got sober together. And we done rehab together. So we had a but we were. I gotta say, I mean, I didn't have that long to take care of my mom. If I could have now, I would go back. I would like to do more. But then that's typical. I did take care of her for the last 9 days she was here. And that's. But we made amends long before that because like we both came through recovery, so we kind of had real open discussions after that. So we would be pissed off at each other, and it'd be open. It was. I will say my mom was, for good or bad, she was more of like my best friend than my mom, which I guess in a way might be bad, but later on was okay because I wish she was around to see my grandson. I will say that because she would totally love that. But I miss my mom. My dad, I miss. I kind of grew apart from my dad. He was the man, and he went and had another because when he married his wife, she already had 3 kids, so there was like a whole nother family, and I had a lot of animosity in those early years, so there was a lot of.
I had a stepdad for a year. All right. Like I said, my dad died when I was 3, and he must have been something because my mom didn't show much interest in men after that, except this one guy that she married for a year. He was a sergeant in a city police department, you know, on the fire department. He was, you know, volunteer or whatever, but he was what I thought was very involved in you know, law enforcement. I thought it was all about that for him. And about a year in rescue, my mom didn't smoke. She didn't drink. A drunk driver killed my dad. So she was very against this kind of thing. And I come home from school to find a police car parked sideways in the front lawn down in the city. I mean, it's in an urban, well-developed town. And I walk in the house, and that stepfather, he's sitting in my dad's chairs that she had reupholstered, and he's puking all over himself, right? And he's drunker than a skunk. And when I walk in, it's like, wow, I've never seen anybody do this before. So I'm probably got this shocked look on my face. But I remember my mom coming around the corner and catching me seeing this, all right? And that was it, all right. Because within 24 hours, everything we owned and everything that we were out of that house in 24 hours and had another place already lined up. And she left his ass because he was a drunk and on hours drunk and shit. And I know it sounds like it was a drastic thing, but that's how my mom was. It was like one fucking strike and you're out. She was unforgiving. Talk about grudge holding. She would not forgive somebody. You fucked her over, she would never forget it, and you're never going to get in again. I mean, that was who she was. And it was like no one in the family spoke to him except for me. Every once in a while, I would sneak into that town and see my ex stepdad. You know, I got along with him, but she left his ass flat in no time.
My mom went through a rocky start at first, and she would date guys, and some guys wouldn't be so bad. Some guys would be bigger dicks. Some guys, there was a couple of times she'd go out, and then when she'd come back, she would be kind of lit, and they'd go ahead to cross that threshold, and I'd reach over and I'd grab this 12 gauge behind the door, and it'd be like, no, 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 you're not coming in. And there was one dude, man, he was a mean dude. She kicked him to the curb. He got out there in the pool and he decided to come screw me. Dude, that dude almost drowned my happy ass. And after that, well, we had it out, and then yeah, she kicked him to the curb. That's when I think she kind of right in there. I just don't remember in detail, but somewhere right in there, I think is when she kind of started looking at getting into sober. Hell, matter of fact, there's you a funny thing. Hell, we got sober together and did a deal, a lock in with old Frank Beard from ZZ Top.
Oh yeah, the only one that doesn't have a beard is named Beard.
Yep. Yeah, man, that was pretty cool. Been around several people. There was a what is it? I think it's one of the Grateful Dead guys or something. I forgot who that guy was. There's a picture of him. He had his big old furry hair and his black and gray beard. Uh, but see, because back in those days, you'd be around a program like Palmer Drug Abuse Program was the name of the program, and they had all these famous people, and it was part of that wave, you know. And my thing with the sobriety, man, is I just at first it'd work, I'd relapse. It was really me getting my own shit together, but it was that, and I'm not knocking this. So hey, man, anybody that's going to any kind of meeting stuff, this isn't to take away from that. So my thing was just always at one point, I got tired of repeating sobriety dates, and I'm like, why do you got to remember this? Like, shouldn't you let this shit go and move on? And that's
Yeah.
me and my mom used to butt heads over that because she was, she was one of those. She was a counselor, so and I just we would butt heads. She would get me to go up to the prison to talk to those guys, and I think about 3 times in, that's when she stopped asking me because I didn't dress that shit up. What do you want me to do? Oh, you want me to drag this out? Look, man, I'm gonna tell you right now. You need to get your head out of your ass. Stop acting like you're some Billy badass. Join the rest of society and trying to be something productive that brings something positive to the table. And then she'd be over at the door waving me over, and I'd walk over and she'd go, "Really? That's what you're gonna say? What else do you want me to say?" Well, I mean, tell them how you got better. I pulled my head out of my ass, Mom. What do you want me to say? And well, and then the last time I actually on purpose, I just said, "Look, man, you know what? Here's how this works. She wants me to talk to y'all. So here's what I'm going to tell you. Where you're at, you're locked up because you broke the rules. You don't break the rules and you don't live in that environment, you don't end up in here. Notice how there's all those cars going by outside? See, that's all the people that don't play in the environment you did. And they don't make the decisions you made. So that's why they're out there and you're in here. So don't make those decisions." And oh yeah, she was steaming red when I got done with that little 3-minute spiel.
Well, I think, to me, it's a skill, or maybe it's just fortunate if you can like not think about the negative shit in your past and like move on without it affecting your present. Where you don't let it haunt you. You're not carrying that baggage, whatever you want to call it. Whereas if like you have this past relationship or this, rotten childhood or whatever the fuck it is, the only time you visit that is when you choose to do so. It's not like it controls you now. All right. It's one of my superpowers, right? Like, all my friends who's fucked me over or whatever in the past, they don't live in my head. I don't even fucking think about that, until somebody brings that up. I might not think about it for years. And to me, I'm thankful that I have that ability because it lets me concentrate more on what I want and what's now and what I have and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes back to haunt you, and you ain't gonna keep it all out.
Well,
but
it starts with self accountability. The minute you do self accountability, and then you do amendments, and to people that you might have wronged. it's not for the other person's benefit. That's just a plus if that happens. But it's to that's the moment when you can put things away. You own up to what happened. You made bad decisions. You did whatever happened. But from this moment, and when you acknowledge it, from then on is all in your control. So the more you just keep leaning back on that, that's what's driving the force. At some point, you got to stand on your own feet, and you got to own up to where you are, and then you have to you need to now know that from here on. That's why I don't like this childhood shit when people do that. Oh, my parents were so mean. Dude, you're a grown person or you're a grown woman. You know, it's like at some point you're on your own feet. You
You're
make your
talking about
decisions.
You're talking about self accountability, and that's a very rare thing. You know, I don't blame nobody for fucking nothing, man. You know, whatever it is, I'm not going to blame somebody else. It's my fault for putting myself in this predicament in the first place. All right, I should have known better. That's what I'll go to. I won't. You know, if somebody steps on my foot, I'm not going to be flipping out on them. All right, it's going to be like, damn, I should have, stepped back a little faster or whatever. I'm not. And it's a beautiful place, man. I just was talking about this on somebody's panel, might have been my own. All right, when stop hating your past or the people in your past, or you feel so sorry for yourself because this happened and that happened. When you get past all that shit, man, it's all fucking downhill from there. You're freed. There's a moment of freedom that comes along with that, man. I'm not even kidding.
Well, it's the victimhood, and if you enter into that victimization, the big bad government, no matter what it is, but if your evil past, oh man, I was a convict, the damn system locked me up, some bitches. If that's just the world you living in your head, then your view is all polluted with that. So you don't see things, you don't see positive, you don't see any joy, you don't have a peace. People, that's what gets me. Some of these channels really crack me up, especially the reliving the prison story shit. And it's like, where does that get you? Like, how do you gain ground as a person? And
Well,
maybe I say spiritually
I've
at
got
the same time, but when all you do is, it's like, oh man, there was a time we were doing a spread. This dude come by, man, we had to throw down. And you relive these little moments in a time of life that you're probably not really happy with, but somehow that's what you'll bring up. And so I've never understood that, because at some point it's like being addicted. I mean, okay, if you were addicted, are you done with that? Are you really done? Okay, then why relive those? Why rehash? That's one reason I stopped doing talks. And you realize, I get it. It's called your testimony, but at some point it's almost like repeating the shit that you've gone through. And it might be beneficial for some to hear your story and hear you come out. But at some point that's why I might highlight some stuff. Like, I'll tell you I was locked up. I'm not going to tell you about day-to-day events. It was an ugly ass place. It shows the real ugliness of human nature. I can tell you that.
Yeah, when I was young, I made a great bad example.
Forgiveness is usually more for your own sanity rather than the other person. Well, yeah, it's to get rid of that burden, to get rid of that negative space. And I guess, I don't know, it all depends on how you look through life, and so that's why maybe I say things that don't make sense to anybody or something, or it comes out one way. But like me, I just, like, you only got so much space inside you, rather in your head, your heart, however you want to look at that. And if it's totally maxed out of all the negative shit that's going down or has gone, then it doesn't leave a lot of room to find goodness in shit. Where
is your processor overheating, man?
If you
I
find
think your process.
If you find the more you go ahead.
Your processor's overheating, man. You got to process everybody else's shit and your own shit. That's too much to process. You got to control your input, man. How much stuff you're bringing in, you're gonna heat up. Oh, your processor's gonna get hot. Rescue.
Well, I just think that the more you're like absorbing stuff, you might be reading history, enjoyable stuff. You have more positive things. Then when you're looking at stuff, you're more prone to see positive stuff in it, in what's going on, than the negative. So it's like because it pollutes your vision, it changes your perspective. And so if you live in this overwhelming negative environment, then it affects the way you see things. It affects the way you interact with people. It affects the way you perceive things, because you're always on guard. It's kind of like being gun shy, you know. And now every time you hear a boom, it's like you duck. Well, that's a hell of a way to live life. So at some point, you have to kind of put the past behind you. You have to put the ugly shit, unless it's directly affecting you, to the side, and you focus on the good shit. Because
Dude, I fucking got away from it. There's been a couple times in my life
no reason.
where people were so miserable. I think they were only happy if they were miserable and everybody else was miserable. I had to get away from people like that. That shit will drag me the fuck down, dude. I can't be around constant misery. That's that glass half full shit. You know, it's like if they ask me, you know, I see half a glass to drink and a nice glass to go get another drink if I want it. You know, I try to find that positive in everything. I am not kidding you. If I get a flat tire, I'm likely to say, well, at least it wasn't two. All right. Because to me, it can always get worse. So if I bitch about shit all the time that's bad, then it's probably going to bring more bullshit to me. And it doesn't do me any good. I've never seen where complaining about life has helped me in any way. So I just don't do it, man. I'm going to look for the positive part about it. You know, I'm default like that. That's what I am. I've realized over the years, man. That's my default setting. Is, you know, well, you know, this sucks, but hey, got to move on. I got to do this too anyway. So, you know, not everybody has that.
Oh, I work on it, because I mean, I'm still one of them. I throw the cussing out. I get pissed. Something doesn't happen. Something breaks. I still act out. It's just I'm still working on that. I'm just
takes a whole lot.
I mean, I was born in sin, so it's always an achievement for me to try to get out of it. So that's why I try to always watch my interaction. That's why I've had little bursts. I have engagements outside, and I don't always handle everything right. I try. That's the one thing I am proud of is that I try.
There you go.
That's my goal.
It's a choice, man. It really is, you know.
Well, and it's hanging out. That's why it's reliving it's like, think about that. So if I were to relive like the biker thug wannabe days, okay, well, that was a lot of violent. That was a lot of rudeness. That was a lot of crude kind of talk. Well, then where am I at if I'm sitting there reliving that moment? Oh, that's right. I guess I'm getting a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more rude, and a little bit more crude. And it's kind of like, well, that's not where I want to be. So, hey,
in the world,
I can tell you about my tomatoes. We can talk about the chickens. We can talk about doing something to better the situation we're in. But I just can't. I don't know, man.
The world will provoke you, man. You can go about trying to be positive and shit, and the world will still provoke you. Or the devil.
Oh yeah, the more positive you actually try to get, then the more that it actually comes against you. It just does not. This is the devil's world. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. There's definitely something to that, man, because you can go through this life trying to be the best person you can be and treating everybody right, and you're still going to get flack. You know, you can't. I try to avoid all the bad drama, you know, but you can't do it, man. I've even moved out. I moved out into the country to get the fuck away from them, and it'll follow you. It will follow you. All right.
Well, it's just you're going to stand out, and I mean, in the book it'll even talk about, you know, the more you try to actually become more true and righteous in your character, you'll stand out, because it's just this is the devil's world. So this is a world of perversion and mistrust and bad shit, basically. So if all of a sudden you're not participating in that, then of course you're going to stand out. It becomes like oil and water, and so that's going to attract it. And I think that, if it shines light on anything, then you're going to just attract more attention, because I don't know. I think that's just the way things seem to go. That's why people will go, man, I can't seem to get a break. But if you actually looked at that character of the person, a lot of times you'll see a good, trying, hearted person that's trying to do really the right thing, but it just always has one little thing coming up or another. But usually, what you'll see is the ones that end up coming out are the ones that never fell into the blame game. They just were like, man, if I can just, and they just keep trugging, and then the burden gets relieved. Just kind of, I don't know. I got to watch sometimes. I can dip into a conversation that would shock so many people that would be unreal, but I just have a way different look on life nowadays. I just see things in a different light. And I can't share it because I own up to this, so I ain't shy just talking about the pressure of negativeness. That's exactly why I don't share 3/4 of the changes that have come through and things that have gone since about April. Is because I just know of the negative that it'll bring in, and I'm like, I don't know that I even want to deal with that. And so that's an unfortunately, just being honest, that's why I just haven't shared so much. I share a little bit or here or there, but so much.
I'll tell you what, there's been a couple times in my life I learned I wouldn't even have imagined that something like this would be necessary. But I realized that every time I was stoked about something, every time that I was happy or, celebrating a moment, or all right, man, I fucking just made $1,000, something like that, is when something would be thrown my way. I learned to hide my own joy, all right, because of the people around me didn't want me happy. Because anytime that I would be happy is when their little dramas would begin, or some type of attack on me, some cut on me or something. It's like there's been times in my life where I've hid my happiness because if I was like to show it at all, I was just welcoming that negative input,
Battling, not flushing blood into these.
I get it. You can't tell everybody everything. You know what I mean?
Well, it attracts. It's like, I think the phrase I used when talking with somebody was, it's moths to the fly. I mean, moths to the light. It's like, oh, wow, something good is happening. Okay, well, and then it's just all the attack on it, and.
Right.
Hold on, Tuck. I was going to find, or Pilgrim asked what time they were meeting.
I haven't looked at the news in a couple hours. Now I'm curious what is going on.
1 p.m. Eastern. Pilgrim, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Could be an interesting week.
They're going to be followed by a meeting in the Oval Office at 1:15 Eastern. So 12 o'clock Central, the real time.
Well, I guess I get off here and go do something. I've been sitting here all morning doing nothing. I got nothing done.
The NATO general just arrived. The Secretary General Mark Rutte arrived at the White House. I don't know, man. Hey, maybe bring a stop to it. I don't know, man. I just know I don't want us getting involved.
I think what's going on is Putin and Trump come to an agreement, and Zelensky's the holdout. And I think he's getting pressured by other entities to give it up. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, he's just a stupid ass little comedian that was placed in there as a showpiece anyway. So he just needs to know that, hey, you know what? Be happy that your ass ain't going to prison.
I don't know, man.
All that crooked money stealing shit, and it's like can't even say where billions of dollars went.
He's the type of person in a position that I wouldn't be surprised if something happens to him, man. I wouldn't want to be him.
Right? Look, Rabbit even said that with all the money that comedian has stolen from America, the little bee should be able to afford a damn suit, right?
I hear his own people don't even want him.
Well, dude, they're tired of getting blown up and fighting with people just because it's like he provoked the fight. And I will say, this is the one thing, might have, just to show you, see, I ain't he's just a Trump follower. He's drinking the Kool-Aid. I personally, like, Trump takes it credit for no war for 4 years. And that's true. And it did have to do with him being in the thing. He interrupted their little installment plan from when they put Zelensky in. So that's what interrupted that little thing. But that was their intent. Their intent was to provoke a fight with Russia because that was the last superpower that was born. That's why they kept breaking treaties that we would come up with. We'd like, okay, well, we won't put any NATO nukes over there. Oh, well, look, yeah, Poland's got some. Well, we won't put them over there. Okay, well, Hungary's got some. Well, we won't put them here. Well, how about we do Ukraine? Enough is enough. And it was like, there you go. They knew what they did when they installed that little shit.
I don't understand any of this. Only a monster would sue for world peace, man. What's going on?
Only a monster would sue for world peace?
I mean, come on, man. What a monster. He's trying to create a peace. He's trying to do good things.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure which direction you were going at with that. I'm like, wait, what? Oh, I know, man. Yeah, Rabbit, he suspended the elections. Now he did that shit on purpose. That's why he wants to keep it in. See, that's why he won't do a ceasefire. Not to mention that little weird spike-haired dude from Europe over there that they sent over there to tell him not to do the agreement when there was an agreement on the table at first. Told him not to do that. Then brought him back, and then he passes this little thing to where, oh, well, we can't have elections when we're during a conflict. So he's produced. That's why he keeps it a conflict, because then he won't get his ass dethroned. And hey, Carl, so you're fixing to head out, brother. We'll make it a good day. Give Miss Pam a big hug, and y'all enjoy your day off, sir.
I'll do all of that.
There you go.
I love y'all. Make a good day. Like it or not. And I'll see you somewhere soon.
Roger that, Carl. Be safe.
Thanks,
and make it a good day, brother.
Being safe takes all the fun out of it.
Nah, that just keeps you around for tomorrow. Oh, he has 13 mansions now, and his old lady just recently bought a Bugatti, right? That's what I'm saying, man. It's all our American money, dude. They sent our American taxpayer dollars over to keep their government retirement funds going. Make that make sense. So hardworking American taxpayers paying the shit every paycheck, but then all of a sudden their money gets sent over there to make sure that their retirement funds are still okay. And it's like, wait, what? Bullshit. Y'all are floating around on yachts and shit. It's just crazy shit, man. $200+ billion. That's it. Hey, make your day a good day. Be the change you want to see in people. Try to walk the talk. Be the change. Be an example for younger people. Tell for even older people to kind of pull their head out of their ass. That's the only way we change this. It's the only way any of it changes. I appreciate y'all. Y'all make a good day of it. Thanks for hanging out with me. Holy shmoly, man. 5.5 hours. And I didn't get shit done. It's 11:30. Ooh, this internet shit. Something else, y'all. Y'all take care. Peace. Appreciate y'all.
I ain't here tomorrow. If the good Lord says it's my time to go, I don't see that morning sunset. There's some things I need for you to know. Truck is yours if you want it. It'll run forever if you treat it right. When you think of me on some back road, that's because I'm right there by your side. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Don't let life turn you bitter. Don't be ashamed to bow your head. Take it easy on the liquor. Remember what it did to your granddad. Yeah, you're gonna get your heart broke, but a couple of tears don't make you weep. Gonna find that girl God made just for you. Knows what he's doing, wait and see. Chase your dreams until you catch on. Leave your doubts in a cloud of dust. You can't ever love too big. You can't call your mom too much. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Hope you don't forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow. Keep the shotgun in the family. Raise your babies by the book. And keep my picture in your wallet. Keep your car keys on a hook. Do your best to get it right. Forgive yourself when you don't. Please don't ever forget how much I love you. I ain't here tomorrow.
Thanks again, everybody, for being here. Make it a good day. You're in the driver's seat. Peace.